Okay, while you're looking, Mike, so while we know the numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, last time I abstained on the issues because for two reasons, actually three reasons. One, I was looking forward to
Those are the numbers.
the Personnel Committee's recommendation. We now have that, and so I'm going to be supportive of that. But the other thing is I abstained because I wanted to be sure that the services we were providing was covered under our insurance policy, the scope of services, and I think, David, you can confirm that to be the case. Is that correct? Yep. So that issue goes away. We didn't have that information when we voted and when I abstained. The other part was looking for the comps that the Council on Aging had used to come up with where they were recommending when we last looked at it. I got those comps. I saw an analysis that Mary had done, which suggested maybe we weren't so far off on the comps locally, but it was a good analysis, and it was just what I needed. So I'm prepared to move to approve this budget as which reflects the recommendations of Personnel Committee.
Okay. And COA has requested a 2% increase on top of those recommendations on the salary line items, which adds up to another $17.95. My concern with the comps schedule that Mary presented was it really doesn't get into the quality of the program, the number of seniors who actually show up, the 200% increase in participation that the Senior Center has seen under Karen's watch, and the many programs that they run that are also grant funded. She's been very successful, that all of them have been very successful in bringing in donations and grant money to defray a budget that the town would otherwise have to absorb. So I think it's money well spent to go up the additional 2%. And I don't think it's
So that's a friendly amendment. I wasn't
It's
aware of that.
a friendly amendment.
Okay.
It's not a budget buster. It's $17.95.
I accept your friendly amendment.
Okay, all right. So should we vote that?
Yes.
Do we have any discussions? No? Okay, all in favor of voting that? Aye.
Can I have the number on that?
1795 additional.
Totals?
Totals, I don't have that.
Yeah, neither
All we
do
have is
I.
the salary numbers on here.
I have the total,
Yeah, the total for the whole budget?
8,497.
No.
No, that's not,
no,
big. You
no.
definitely want a bigger budget than that.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but this was our budget, and you didn't put advisory in there, or they didn't have it in there.
The number that I have is way off, I think, right now, from the omnibus, because I didn't incorporate the changes, any of my changes, because,
We had a higher recommendation initially.
right, and also because you hadn't voted until just now, so,
On the new changes.
on the new changes. So I don't know what the ultimate number is right now.
David?
I know that the expenses is 26,460,
Yeah.
so it's a salary line.
David's trying to do math. So
So we'll get that shortly, right?
what's your total budget then with the 1795 difference?
It's not 2% additional on
It's
everything.
not 2% on the expenses, it's only 2%.
And
on
it's
the
not
salary.
even 2% on the salary,
Because it's 5,000 plus the 2%.
because it's the
Yeah.
directors, the increase is only on the elder advocates. No, not on the director. I thought you told me that it was only on the elder advocates this morning.
No, this is the 2%. That is the difference between personnel recommendation and this. So you need, those are just three, these are the three salaries for the three people. Those are the new numbers. Those are the only three numbers that change.
I will point out that the personnel bylaws, that the general bylaws indicate that the personnel board does set the salaries.
And we've been advised by the town administrator that he doesn't see it that way, so.
Okay?
Does it show that?
That was a question we had this morning.
Okay.
I mean, I see that they're charged with adhering to
Are we allowed to
a
participate in
class
that?
of conflict, but I don't see where it says that salary has to be set by them.
You have your bylaws?
I mean, my
Yeah, I
point
wouldn't know
is
where to
that
look.
if
I know where to look, if I can
Town
find
meeting
it.
votes a salary, I think that's. Of
course I do, yeah.
That's the salary.
Are we talking about Council on Aging, Marion?
Yeah.
Anybody from personnel here? No.
Here it is. In the personnel section.
Yeah, which
Pay
section?
and salary schedule 21,
Chapter 21, Section 21?
section 21, C,
Yeah.
okay? The pay rate for each classification or position within a classification shall be determined by the Personnel Board
In conjunction with the
with the
towns.
town's budgetary process.
Okay.
And, you know, they
They
voted yesterday.
They picked a number.
They picked a number.
So I guess our recommendation is a higher number, and if they want to change that, they can change that.
Okay.
Like the summary model,
I'm not a lawyer.
and tab.
I'm not either.
You are.
This you can have, that's, I don't think that's the model, this is the.
So did we vote?
We did, you and I voted, yes, we did,
That's really,
on that as a recommendation. So the number we would vote is 110581. Okay.
Okay, if you can get somebody else to talk to you for you, you won't have to come back. Yeah. Okay, okay, I'm trusting you to watch your own.
Can we provide her the numbers while he's working it?
I hope you feel
Yeah.
better.
Do we, what else do you got for us to
So
do?
I need a number.
So for
Well,
salary,
we didn't want to do treasury, and the third is the building inspector budget, we're just going to discuss. We should also
110,
vote David's pay warrant.
581.
Yeah, move to approve.
Second, all in favor? Okay.
What are we doing about the 2% versus the personnel's 1 to 2%, which is kind of on the same track here?
Okay, you're going to have to explain that issue to me, Peter.
I don't know exactly.
Okay. Diane?
thank you.
Okay, so Mary, the number, if you asked for the number we are recommending is 137041
In total.
in
Okay.
total, David says.
Well, I read it separately, though.
Okay, so 110581,
110-581, 26,460.
and 26,460.
Yep. I don't have to total them.
Okay, that's
I just
fine.
read them separately.
That's our recommendation.
You're recommending a number different than the personnel board, is that what they're saying?
The selectmen are recommending a number different.
I'm
Yeah,
not.
yeah, no, I know. I just want to understand the discussion.
Yeah, the selectmen are recommending a 2% increase over personnel, which has the effect of making the number they negotiated yesterday a base with a cost of living adjustment.
Okay.
So Mary, sorry to pull you away while we're talking. So one question I asked Mike, we're not sure yet. Do all these budgets, what is the general pay increase that's being used in all these budgets? And the reason I ask is I saw some schedule that the latest model that I saw yesterday showed 2%. But all the budgets we approved were 1.5%. So the question is what, and I don't know what personnel has recommended. Originally, they recommended 1.5%. So forgetting what we just did there on the isolated example, but in keeping with the discussion and what you pointed out in the personnel bylaws, where was personnel falling? I don't know that. So that's a question I have for everybody. Okay.
I know that. So originally in the fall, we recommended guidance of 1.5% because that was a number that we were comfortable with, and that included a 1.5% COLA. So at that time, we thought we're taking a big hit from the schools. You remember that whole thing that turned out to be an error. So after that, personnel voted 2-1 at their meeting to support a 2% COLA. Not everyone was there, but they voted to support a 2% COLA. We then, looking at their recommendation, decided to wait until March to see what the final numbers were. And actually, I will say, originally, before the whole school thing started, we had hoped to offer 2% to.
Okay.
So we decided we'd go back and look, and the numbers have worked out such that 2% is the correct number, and we have asked the town accountant, and she has done that, to adjust all the appropriate salaries by 2%.
Okay, so personnel approved the 2%. That's now
Correct.
what's reflected in all of the line items for salary.
That's correct.
And so then I would move that we approve the increase in those line items for each of them that we've previously approved from 0.5% to 2%.
And
Where applicable.
just a question, Mary, the discussion the other night at your hearing, did that reflect the 2% when you were talking about tax rates and so
Yes,
forth?
it did.
Okay, then
Yes.
I'll second Peter's motion. All in favor?
Tax relief you're talking about, right?
The tax relief discussions
Yeah.
and the free cash discussions?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
good. Okay. Peter, and then the only other question is whether there are any votes we want to take on any of these articles that are articles. I don't recall if we voted the work from home policy or the performance evaluation.
I thought we had.
We had, okay, that we
Yes.
voted those.
Yeah, I think we approved those.
And the kennel license we approved, did we?
I guess we did. I don't know what we did there.
Who was adopting the statute? Okay.
I think we approved this.
Yeah.
I
yeah.
think we approved that.
Yeah.
I think we approved, these, that as
okay.
well. The only one I don't think we approved
That's what I was trying to hear.
We didn't have a vote.
No, we approved those. Yes, we did. We approved the schools. Yeah, we did the carpet.
Although David's figured out a way to pay for the carpet. Nice meeting.
We didn't do that.
Yeah, okay, that's the one we didn't do.
And I'd rather wait till the discussion, perhaps?
That's fine. Did we approve the assessor's map upgrade?
Yes.
Okay. And then there were citizens petitions.
We didn't take a
We did
vote
not
on
take a
any of
vote on any of
those.
those.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. And probably shouldn't until Paul gets here. Okay. All right, so we are in session, but it's now the advisories meeting.
I can't find Irene.
She's printing something.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Advisory Committee's public hearing on articles contained in the 2015 warrant that will be voted on by our town at our annual town meeting scheduled for Tuesday evening, April 28th at 7 p.m. at Lindquist Commons. Before I proceed with the business of this meeting, I would just like to call your attention to the pile of papers here in front of me. The town moderator is unable to be here today, and she asked me to have them available. These are papers for anyone who wishes to make a presentation at town meeting. It has nothing to do with today, other than that they're being distributed today at any of the breaks in the meeting. If you are a person who would like to make a presentation at town meeting, if you would please come up and take one of these sheets home and then return it to the town moderator. That would be great.
Treasurer.
Okay, so first I would like to introduce the members of the Sherborn Advisory Committee, the people who spend time during their year to try to bring you a budget that you can be happy with and approve. I'll start from the end, my right, down here. Jeff Waldron, or actually, you can all introduce yourselves.
I don't even know that Pat's got the microphone on. Yeah, I'm Jeff Waldron.
Barb Kantorski.
Jeff Rudin. George Morrow.
Ben Williams.
Vicki Rellis.
Russ Pollock.
Lanny Rubin.
Okay. I'll take a minute to review the process and rules we'll be adhering to as the meeting goes forward. These are from the announcement that all of you received. The format of the public hearing for each warrant article is as follows. The proponent of the article is invited to make a presentation. The chair opens the meeting for public comments and questions by all those present. The chair closes time for public comment and questions and opens the meeting to the advisory committee for questions and comments. After the advisory committee discussion, the chair opens the meeting for any new public comments on the article. At any time during the discussions, an advisory committee member may request additional information from the article proponent or other resource. In this circumstance, the public hearing on the particular article will be placed in recess until the final public hearing session. I would note that for Article 3, the omnibus budget, we won't be going to the end of the public session, but we will simply go to the end of Article 3 and bring those all back. Or any back. Maybe there will be none. After all comments are heard, the chair will bring the public hearing on the particular article to a close and open the voting session. The format of each voting session is as follows. The chair requests a motion for the disposition of the warrant article. Advisory committee members discuss and deliberate the members of the article and the pending motion. During the discussion, an advisory committee member can request deferral of the vote on the warrant article. The chair will honor such request and defer the vote on the article to the final voting session. At the conclusion of the voting session discussion, the chair moves the motion on the article. Please note, advisory will vote individual line items listed on the omnibus budget, Article 3. I'm going to adhere to these rules very closely, particularly with respect to time. Both the 5-minute introductory remarks by article proponents, there will be a limit on that, and the 2-minute limit on comments for the floor. Advisory Committee member Vicki Rellis has graciously agreed to act as the timer for today, and she will be signaling to you as you approach the end of your time. Where are you, Vicki? There you are. And many of you may remember Vicki from last year. Vicki is my friend. I'm also going to ask everyone who comes to speak from the floor to both keep to the topic under discussion and to ensure that your comments, please, bring something new to the table. If I feel that someone's comments are simply repeating comments we have previously heard, I will ask that person to not continue the repetition and then to be seated. I would also remind everyone that we are all fellow townsmen and neighbors, and I would ask all of you to speak in a manner in which you yourself would wish to be spoken to and about. So we will address articles in the order in which they appear on the warrant. We'll have a brief break, about 10 minutes mid-morning, and a lunch break at some appropriate time between noon and 1 p.m., approximately 20 to 25 minutes. Are there any questions from anyone on the advisory committee?
Nope.
Okay. Article 1, to hear and act on the reports of the various town officers and committees as contained in the annual report or otherwise. Is there any public comment on Article 1? Okay. I'll close the time for public comment then and open the meeting to advisory for comments and questions. Okay, hearing none, I'll move on. I will bring the comment period to a close and open the voting session. I will take a motion to recommend favorable action on Article 1.
So moved. Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion among advisory? All right. All in favor? That is 9-0, unanimous. Article 2, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money, and if so, what sum, for unpaid bills or take any other action relative thereto. The items are as follows, and I will read them all. Global Montello Group for Fuel, Department CM&D, $7,321.61. Atlantic Broom for Signs, CM&D, $84.08. American Alarm, Selectmen, $88. Office Supplies, Selectmen, $268.85. Is there any discussion from the floor or questions? Okay. Any discussion here, questions from advisory?
I was going to add one thing, Mary, just that going forward, I'd like to see if we could maybe, I know we're trying to make our budgets as tight as possible, these trivial items of $80 in a warrant article seem like the budget should be able to accommodate.
They're unpaid bills, that's why they're there. They're not there because the budget didn't accommodate them.
Okay.
They came in after the close of the fiscal year, so
Okay.
they must be paid this way.
All right.
Has nothing to do with the
Thank you.
budget. Any other questions? Okay, then I'll close the discussion session and open the voting session. I will take a motion to recommend favorable action on Article 2.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Is there any discussion by advisory members on Article 2? Okay, all in favor? Okay, unanimous. Okay, Article 3 begins in earnest our recommendations for the coming fiscal year. But before we move on to those recommendations, I would like to invite Advisory Co-Chair Ben Williams, who has acted as liaison to the town's fiscal management team, the accountant, the assessors, the tax collector, and the treasurer, and who has served as advisory's representative to the Capital Budget Committee, to say a few words about the town's fiscal situation, where we are now, where we are headed, and what we have to watch for along the way. Ben?
All right, I'll try to be brief. Last year, advisory set as its goal a budget that would provide for the full and efficient operation of the town, bolster free cash and stabilization funds, and avoid an override. We met that goal. Free cash was certified at almost $2 million. A percentage of the total budget exceeded only twice in the past 20 years. This year, we added a goal of taxing below the limit allowed by Prop 2.5, as we are very sensitive to Sherborn's outstanding tax rate. We stand out as the town with high taxes but middling housing values. Not only does the budget we recommend today accomplish that goal, we can also fund over $350,000 of capital projects without borrowing. And so the tax rate over the next few years by a small but very real amount, and still leave town meeting with a free cash balance of over $1.25 million. 4 years ago, that number was $194,000. Everything's great, right? Well, I'll don my hat as Baxter Buzzkill. While advisory guidance this year allowed budget makers a 1.5% increase, fiscal 16 total appropriations are 3.7% over fiscal 15. We see, yet again, outrageous increases in employee benefits costs of about 12%, almost entirely for health care. Advisory has urged both the town and the regional school district to investigate alternatives, such as the state group insurance commission plan. Without some relief in this area, the town may no longer be able to provide current services without significant increases in taxes. Still, even with the increases in health benefits, we were able to bring the budget in we recommend today. It is likely to provide some tax relief when rates are set in September. So how is that possible? Mostly we got lucky. The total education budget, which represents about 70% of our spending, increased by only about 0.75%. In particular, for the second year in a row, out-of-district special education costs decreased. While some of this decrease came from the significant efforts of the schools to bring out-of-district students back into the system, the largest part of those savings came from students leaving or aging out of the system entirely. And it is quite possible that this short-term trend of reductions in out-of-district expenses could reverse. Dover's fiscal 16 budget shows a $300,000 increase in OOD spending. Were that to happen here, we could be forced to have other budgets either level funded or even cut. So while the town has benefited from advisory's budgeting discipline over the last 4 years, we are not home free. We must continue to control those aspects of the budget that we can control. We must be aggressive in pursuing solutions to deal with those parts of the budget, like health benefits and out-of-district expenses, that are somewhat beyond our control. And we must seek increased revenues to ensure against the day that our current luck runs out. Thank you.
Okay. As I start reading, we will be voting the line items that I will read out for Article 3 as they appear on the model that the town accountant produces. Thank you very much, Irene. And that advisory uses to track submitted budgets, changes to those budgets, and revenues and disbursements throughout the budget season. Our votes today are based on partially on, and I'll get to that in a minute, partially on the information in the model for 3/19/15. and it will have a few changes that I provided to you this morning, and I actually think that it may not reflect one final change, and so I would like the accountant to be sure to be here for the entire reading of Article 3, so that if there is a question on a number, she has the most up-to-date information, I believe, with one exception there. And I just want to make sure that, because so many numbers have changed at the last minute, that we are in fact reading.
We just got an updated model, Mary. so
Okay,
I got it,
that we
so
are
it should be
reading.
coming, yeah.
Okay, so I just want her here for backup.
You read the minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
If there's copies to be made, we'll take it out of order. Was the color that,
I really do want to wait until she gets here, just in case.
You probably have two.
this one.
One of them has a back page, the other one doesn't.
Are you all set, Irene? Okay.
The cows fed, Paul? Yeah. Running out of hay. Are you really? Yeah.
All right, so these are the amounts submitted in the various budgets that advisory is being asked to recommend today. Selectmen's salaries, $239,176. Selectmen expenses, $27,950. Legal counsel, $65,000. Solid waste expenses, $243,000. Assessors' salaries, $104,187. Assessors' expenses, $14,080. Treasurer's salaries, $49,111.
Hold.
Treasurer's expenses, $12,345. Tax collector salaries, $97,574. Tax collector's expenses, $19,193. Accountant salaries, $164,568. Accountant, I'm sorry, only advisory members can put a hold. Accountant expenses, $26,402. Accountant annual audit, $25,000. Advisory salaries, $467. Advisory expenses, $3,400. Planning board salaries, $44,898. Planning board expenses, $1,580. Town clerk salaries, $86,889. Town clerk expenses, $5,355. Election salaries, $29,967. Election expenses, $15,207. There are no dollars for town building salaries. Town building expenses, $204,000. Police salaries, $1,421,123. Police expenses, $123,429. Police cruisers, $85,200. Fire and rescue salaries, $363,181. Fire and rescue expenses, $100,750. Building inspector salaries, $70,606.
Hold.
Building inspector's expenses, $3,635.
This department number not have the cruiser number in it.
Dover Sherborn Regional Assessment, $9,301,065. Tri-County Vocational, $29,532. Sherborn Public Schools, $6,560,287. Norfolk Agricultural, $94,081. CM&D salaries, $551,051. CM&D expenses, $399,973. Board of Health salaries, $63,729. Board of Health expenses, $60,862. Library salaries, $273,403. Library expenses, $134,045. No salaries for recreation. Recreation expenses, $15,000. Farm pond salaries, $91,800. Farm pond expenses, $15,750. Okay, Council on, just give me a second here. All right, I guess this is the, Irene, this is the final update of the 110 to 117, is that correct? The number I have,
Doesn't look like what David wrote down.
okay, I have a number here, $110,581. So I will, that's the number I had this morning, $110,581. Is that you? Council on Aging expenses, $26,460. Conservation salaries, $47,326. Conservation expenses, $5,053. No salaries for veterans. Veterans expenses, $6,250. Historical Commission, $500. Recycling expenses, $4,040. No salaries for cemeteries. Cemetery expenses, $59,110. No salaries for elder housing. Elder housing expenses, $183,802. General insurance, $203,295. Employee benefits, $2,386,546. Other post-employment benefits, $100,000. Debt service total, $1,675,330. Reserve account, $100,000. Okay, so we will hold the items that have holds placed on them. So that would be the treasurer salaries, sorry, the building inspector salaries, and the council on aging salaries. So we will vote all the other items that have not holds on them shortly, but in the meantime, I will ask for public comments and questions on Article 3, excluding those 3 items, because we'll get to those afterwards. You can't put a hold on a line item. You can just make comments, ask questions, that's fine. Yes, it is. Well, it's always been that way, we just have sometimes violated it in the past.
Anybody who talks has got to go to the mic.
Okay. Anyone who wishes to speak to a question, ask a question, please approach the mic.
Morning.
Morning.
Mark Brandon, 16 Deerfield. Could I just get some explanation on the increase in the accountant's salaries?
Yes. And I will put that over to the town administrator. We have a new accountant here. There have been some changes in responsibilities and so forth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The town had been moving towards like a finance director type model for a number of years since I've been here. And the town accountant was retiring in December, so that position was budgeted at 32 hours. So what we did is we got approval from personnel up to a certain salary. We went out and tested the market to see what we would end up paying to have a full-time person functioning as a finance director. So the increase there includes a rounding of the existing town accountant budgeted salary from 32 hours up to 40 hours, and then an increase in the hourly rate that just reflects what we had to go out and hire at. So if you rounded the current year's salary, I think it was budgeted at 62. If you round that up to the 40 hours, or key off that for the 40 hours, it's something like 78,000. So, and we had to go a little bit above that for the market for hiring.
Just to guess, I think maybe the motivation for the question is why it looks like, an 87% increase, and I think that has mostly to do with the transfer of the payroll and benefits person from the treasurer's office to the town accountant's
Right,
office.
I thought you were referring just to the town accountant's salary. But for the whole salary line, there's also a full-time position of 51 or 52,000 that reflected the transfer of payroll and benefits function from the treasurer's budget over to the town accountant's budget. There was also $8,000 that was added into the expenses for our OPEB actuarial study that's done every other year.
And we got some good news there, didn't we, this last time? Yes.
Robert Johnson, 272 Western Avenue. What was the amount on the regional school? 9,000 something?
A million,
9 million.
but what's a few zeros among friends here? The regional assessment is $9,301,065.
Thank you.
Are there any further comments from the floor, questions for that? Okay, advisory on the non-held items. Are there anything there? Okay, I'll bring the discussion part of this to a close now, and I'll open the voting session. I'll request a motion for favorable action on the non-held items of Article 3. Second?
Second.
Is there further discussion up here? Okay. All in favor? Unanimous. All right, so now we will take one by one, and we will approve one by one as well. We won't wait till the end. The 3 held items. The first one is treasurer's salary at $49,111. First of all, if there are comments from the floor or questions? Hearing none. Are there, go.
Does that represent, excuse me, a change in hours?
It does. And that change is exactly? I want to make sure I get this correct.
It's 20 hours for the treasurer position and 10 hours for the assistant position.
Has there been a change in that?
That's not the last one.
No,
Sorry, I didn't have the...
the selectmen vote this morning was to have a discussion now, but the recommendation from our town administrator had been to go to an 18 and 10 hour split.
Okay, and so the number on that would be?
Dave?
I have to calculate it.
Okay.
And when we voted 15 and 15, right? That's what
That
we
was
had
that was
submitted
the
and
was the
approved.
voted number subject to further discussion.
And that is the number that's reflected here, correct?
No.
That's
49?
that was our recommendation.
The number that you have in, for the 49 was
20 and 10?
15 and 15.
Or 15 and 15, yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
So what's here is 15 and 15,
49, 111 is 15 and
15 and
15.
not 20 and...
They're
I'm
computing,
looking at Irene, because she's put the numbers in, so...
right.
So what do we got, Irene? 15 and 15, or 20 and whatever?
It's the 20 and 10. I just updated it this morning.
So it's not what we approved, which was 15 and 15, it's 20 and 10, which is a discussion I guess you folks had at your last meeting. Right. So just so we're all clear what we're looking at.
Right, Mike spoke to that at our meeting on Wednesday evening. And then the final, you are now advocating 18 hours and 10 hours, and I need the number on that.
Yeah, I thought David had the number, but...
It's 48,503 on the salaries.
803. And
And David will explain, would you explain the rationale for 18 versus 20, David?
is there a change in the expenses number? Oh, that wasn't held anyway, that's done, okay.
The expenses are
Right, yeah,
12,345.
okay.
Yeah, David, the question was the rationale for this.
For the,
For the change from 15 to, or no, I'm sorry, it was 15, then at our meeting, it went to, the suggestion was 2010,
right,
and now the suggestion is 1810.
right. I mean, the original budget that we were looking at was a 10-hour treasurer position that was a specialized $40 an hour, basically $400 a week. And then there was more hours budgeted for the assistant that is currently budgeted, and that was going to be, I think it was 15 hours, so it was 10 and 15. So the total amount dedicated to the treasurer function was 25 hours. Currently, it's 30 hours. And that split there is 22 hours for the treasurer, 8 hours for the assistant. So when we looked at, we've had a couple of different iterations of putting more hours back in the treasurer because people felt more comfortable with more added hours on the treasurer side than the assistants. So this is where we're at now, is the 18 hours under the treasurer and 10 hours for the assistant. And the reason we wanted to keep it under 20 is because after speaking with town council, should the position ever become appointed and we have somebody in there at 20 hours or above, they're entitled to benefits. So if the position was to be made appointed and then the hours reduced for 19 hours or 18 hours, it could cause a legal problem because you have somebody sitting in the position and now you're purposely changing the hours of a position and taking the benefits away. So you would probably be stuck with that $15,000 or $18,000 a year for a long time, whether the person is in the position or not. So we thought it was the safest to stay under the 20 hours, and then after a year of, looking at the hours with the next treasurer, then we could see if it's truly got to stay above 20 or not. But we were more comfortable staying in that 18 or 19 range, primarily because one more hour or 2 more hours to get to 20 is a significant cost, could cost the town quite a bit in the
Right,
long run.
I think Ben mentioned 12 or 15,000 as the average employee benefit cost per year? When he spent-
Overall benefits eligible employees, I haven't calculated this in a couple of years, but then it was an average of 7,000 or 8,000.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Now,
thought-
it's much less than, if someone is taking, enrolls for a family plan, I don't know what the current cost would be, but it's, $12,000 or $14,000. So not everybody signs up as a family, some are individual, and some don't even sign up at all because they have a spouse that's covered. So that's why on average it's about 7,000 or 8,000.
We usually park, when we're estimating, is $15,000 because we assume a worst-case scenario every time somebody.
Right, with increasing rates.
Right.
Right, okay. So, further comment from the floor?
Carol Marple, Stony Brook Road. I'm curious to know what the personnel recommendation was for this change.
I am personally not aware of a personnel recommendation.
Oh, isn't it supposed to be run by personnel when you change hours and salaries?
I didn't, no.
It's not supposed to be run by personnel?
I can't tell you whether it is or not. I was in
According to
communications
the
with
personnel plan, it is.
Yes, and I included Fred and Dalahead from the beginning when we started looking at structure. So I don't know whether there was a specific vote on it
So
or
we don't
not.
have a vote from personnel. Okay, thank you.
Nancy?
Nancy Hess, 64 South Main Street. It is an elected position now. If it goes to an appointed position, you would have to advertise, and you would set at that point in time how many hours the job was that you were advertising for. So I think that this is a little bit of a red herring.
David?
I'd just like to say, any time that you change from an existing employee, whether you post an existing employee's position and hire them, consider them for hiring back. Anytime you change the rate or their hours or what they're earning or their benefits, you're opening up a liability.
And this is a minimal change, you're saying, from 20 to 18. Okay. Heather?
Hi. I spoke to you guys the other night, and I don't feel the need to reiterate everything I said, but I would like to offer myself here to answer any questions about the impact of that 2-hour change. Just very succinctly, it may seem minimal, but I will tell you there will be weeks it'll be 25, 26, 27 hours. There will be weeks it'll be 20, or it'll be 18, or it'll be 15. This is, I have to agree, I think this is, where, again, I think I used the term penny wise and pound foolish the other night. As the person who's been sitting in that department for 5 years, and quite frankly functioning almost by myself for the last 7 months, I think this is not the right move. Just leave it at 20. We're talking 2 hours. We're talking whether it's me who gets the elected position or another person, allowing them the time and the structure and the support to do what needs to be done to keep functioning this very important role. Millions of dollars are moved in a month and sometimes in a week in this job. This is not a minimal responsibility within the town of Sherborn. It's a major responsibility for the town of Sherborn. Thank you.
Heather, I have a question. How much of the treasurer's job would you say that you've been doing?
I have done everything except for the transition of benefits, and the transition of benefits from a treasurer to a town accountant perspective actually didn't change until Irene came on board. I was still approving all the warrants and reviewing the work through, Irene's start date was probably February. So I was doing all that work through February, even though technically it moved when Pete moved. And the only other function I haven't performed is the very last borrowing and bond. Okay. Irene did that because the hours were not conducive for me to be able to participate in that process.
Okay, and your current number of hours is per week?
Paid is 15. I've been instructed to keep it under 19. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I move those hours around in terms of I work more in one week and then I work less the next, so that my 2-week average is 15 to 20 hours, 15 to 19 hours.
I think one of the issues that, from what I've heard from the town council opinion, is that if someone can be regularly determined to be working 20 hours or more, so a cyclical, if it averages out to that, I mean, I guess that's the problem, isn't it, for 20 hours, that we're committing to that.
And don't forget, the treasurer is a salaried position voted at town meeting. It's not an hourly position. You are not voting 20 hours. What you are voting is a salary that's been computed at 20 hours.
Right, I understand
That has nothing to do with what the person who is salaried, and any of us who are professionals who have been salaried know you got to do what it takes to get the job done. Has nothing to do with the number of hours.
Right, so if the person, the salary set at town meeting, and trust me, I'm not saying a word
It's
about
okay.
you,
Yeah.
that person can, in fact, I think there have been legal cases where someone has worked one day and collected the entire salary. So we are setting a salary, and if we set it with the expectation of 20 hours, then that leaves us open for benefits if the job goes to appointed, but we don't know that it will, because that has not been voted yet.
That's
But-
another nuance
but
to this
we'll-
scenario.
But we'll
that
see. I mean,
we
it-
have not approved a finance manager yet.
No, but-
And we have not gone from elected to appointed. So we're making changes based on scenarios that are potentially a year out.
Right, and so maybe we don't want to commit ourselves to something that may be more difficult for us to get out of if circumstances change.
Or maybe you don't want to open the town up to a liability because someone doesn't have the time to do the job. So that's enough.
Any other
questions before I leave the mic?
comments, questions? Okay,
Okay.
thanks, Howard.
For the
Oh.
town administrator, if an elected position is rated at 20 hours, is it benefits eligible or not?
An elected position that that is getting paid anything is going to be benefits eligible, unless the Board of Selectmen took a specific vote to deny that position's benefits. And the Selectmen have not discussed that nor considered doing that in this situation. However, the Selectmen do have an article going forward that changes the position from elected to appointed. And it's in that transition, whenever that happens, if it's this year or down the road, that's when the liability is going to be created, trying to get the elected official who's receiving benefits out of the benefit situation. So if it is, if we can have a case made, well, the elected official has been performing under 20 hours a week when that transition gets made, we have a defense that town council believes is a defensible position for not continuing the benefits.
So even if we went to 19 hours, that we'd be safe there as well, is that correct?
Yeah, I just want to point out that the original budget for the treasurer's office was 30 hours, and that was a mix of 22 hours for the treasurer, 8 hours for the assistant. What the selectmen are proposing right now that I recommended is 18 hours for the treasurer. That's a loss of 4 hours, and then an increase of 2 hours on the assistant side. And when Pete was here, he was very well qualified. He served basically as the town's finance person, the most senior finance person in the finance office. And that's a significant role, as was overseeing the payroll and benefits. We've moved the payroll and benefits to accounting. We agreed the other night that that's got to be at least 2 hours. We had estimated that it was a 2 to 5 hour commitment, and we agreed on 2. And the role of finance director is also something that we don't think that we're going to have to rely on. I know we're not going to have to rely on the treasurer position because we went out and looked for somebody who is qualified to be a finance director. Whether the town votes to implement that in bylaw or not, the town accountant, whether her title changes or not, it has to serve that role as the finance director. And I think you've already seen, reaping some of the benefits of the town accountant serving in that role.
Yes, yes.
When
Very
did
much.
the, question, when did the legal opinion come about? Because, sorry, Ellen. When did the legal opinion by town council about the 20 hours things come about? Because we didn't hear that at our last
No,
meeting.
it's been something that we've been working with two different councils on, going back and forth. One is the senior council, and one is someone who, the council who's more experienced with labor issues.
Who are those folks?
Barbara St. Andre is the chief counsel, and then Chris Brown is the person who is more involved in personnel issues. So we've tried to pose back and forth with them different scenarios, and it's just the matter of time that it took. So this most recent opinion was Thursday, I think it was, or Thursday or Friday.
But this has been going on for how long with Barbara and Chris?
I would say a few months of talking about different scenarios and trying to arrive at what the actual liability would be.
Have they prepared like a memorandum or anything?
have
they prepared a memorandum or anything tangible that one could look at on that issue?
I submitted it to the chair of advisory, but it would take a vote of the Board of Selectmen to release the council opinion on that.
To other advisory members?
You could vote to release it to other advisory members or vote to make it public.
Advisory.
Yeah, second.
For advisory only.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All in favor?
So we can,
There's chairs up here.
I asked whether there was a memorandum reflecting this legal opinion available to be viewed, and the consensus on advisory and the vote was that it could be released to other advisory committee members, but I suppose not the public at large. Because I was curious as to when this all developed, because I had not heard about it at our last meeting. Has anybody yet spoken to Pete Hoagland about the hours necessary to do the job since he was in it for so long?
no, I didn't speak to Pete. We'd worked with 3 other consultants in looking at the matter. I've served as a treasurer before, and just Pete retired last July, and we didn't involve him in the budget development, nor did we involve the previous town accountant in developing the town accountants.
And did the selectmen just take a vote?
Excuse me, Peter, please approach the microphone.
The selectmen simply took a vote to release the memorandum from town council to other advisory committee members to look at.
Nancy?
I consulted with the Department of Revenue when we first initiated this about the difference between the hours for an elected official, and the Department of Revenue told me that if an elected official demonstrated that they worked more than 20 hours, regardless of what they're paid, that they become benefit eligible. And the rest of the scenario that was just spoken of here, as far as keeping it under a certain number of hours, does leave it to the Board of Selectmen. But if the official can demonstrate that the job takes more than 20 hours, they're benefit eligible. And I don't think that's the issue here. I don't think the argument on this side of the table is about being benefit eligible or whatever. It's about what the job takes and what is a fair way to pay for that job. And someone new coming into the job needs to have the hours to do the job appropriately, or it's not a benefit to the town. And to structure it in such a way that is already signaled as being difficult to accomplish in the manner that we would like to see it done, just doesn't seem to be a wise or a fair or even a moral thing to do when you expect someone to work more than you're going to pay them for.
We do set the salary at town meeting, and regardless of how many hours they work, they are paid for that. So if they work more or they work less, they receive the same salary. Grace?
I'm hoping that you can remind me about something. How many hours were in that office before? How many hours of work, this is the whole number, have been removed from the office? I got lost in there.
Currently, the hours that are budgeted for the treasury function or 30 hours. That split was 22 hours for the treasurer, the elected treasurer, and 8 hours for the assistant. We originally, and why we weren't concerned about the benefits issue, when we started, it was a 10-hour elected position, and we were putting more hours in the assistant. So it was a 10-hour for the treasurer and a 15-hour admin assistant or assistant treasurer. Now we're at, approved this morning, was 18 hours for the treasurer and 10 hours for the assistant. So that's a reduction of 4 hours on the treasurer due to the change of the finance director type role and the change of payroll and benefits moving to the accountant's office. And then
And that's
increasing-
can I just ask this question? That's a full-time, earlier you mentioned that was $50,000, the payroll and benefits?
Yes.
And so that's a full-time,
It's a full-time 40-hour-a-week
40-hour a
position.
week, okay.
Yeah. So that's, I lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
So currently, we're currently at 18 hours on the treasurer and 10 hours on the assistant. So comparing that to the current year budget, that's a loss of 4 hours on the elected treasurer and an increase of 2 hours on the assistant side. Does that answer?
Yes,
Okay.
increase in
Mike?
the accountant's office.
Right, so the net is, current year's 30 hours, 18 hours for the treasurer, and 10 hours for the assistant proposed. That's an effort of 28 hours, so we've lost 2 hours.
And gained 8 in the accountant's office?
Oh,
Excluding
right,
the
right,
benefits.
yes. Yeah. Yes.
Mary, if I may, I think David's done a lot of analysis on this and has experience from other towns that he's worked in, looking at how these different functions can work. However, I feel we're at a loss in that the Personnel Board hasn't really had a chance, perhaps, to take a position and to analyze benchmarking this role with the payroll piece out of it as what it takes to do the job. So we don't have anyone who's experienced in HR policies recommending it to us, unless someone wants to correct me. So I don't know whether we've gone from 22 down to 18 or to 20. I'm not sure that we can really assess what is the right number of hours ourselves. I trust David. I think he's done a lot of work to look at this. But on the other hand, we also have heard from a number of people that there's a lot more work than is even represented in hours. So I was wondering if there's a way, I don't know the vehicle, if we could have this be given to the Personnel Board for the next 12 months to look at this position and try to understand what it needs to be. We really don't have enough information to make a change this year, I don't think, because it hasn't been analyzed completely. It's proposed, and I do respect David's opinion and the work he's done, so I think, and I understand that it's more complicated than just an hours issue, but I also don't think we want to be penny wise and pound foolish and just make it based on whether we have to give someone benefits or not. We should really look at it as what does the work entail. Thank you.
Mike?
Yeah, Mary, if I could speak to this just a little bit, and I was comfortable the other night when Heather herself suggested a 28 split, which is 28 hours, and so yes, the other night at your meeting.
Yep.
It
Was it 2010 or 28? I just don't.
I believe it was 20 and 8.
Okay.
Yeah, and so this retains the same
My
number of
bad.
hours. It was only after I learned of town council's opinion and understanding that this doesn't pertain to benefits for whoever's elected treasurer this year. This pertains to the future. If it becomes an appointed position, it would create put the town at a disadvantage in terms of arguing that that should not be a benefited position. And I also wanted to point out that as an elected salaried official, there's no limit on the number of hours you're allowed to spend. There are many town residents who volunteer hundreds and hundreds of hours a year to the town. And while it's important to pay the treasurer fairly, I don't think it's the same kind of issue that you have if you're hiring somebody for a salaried position or a position that's appointed or that is a hired position on an hourly basis, because these are all people who are resident in the town and who are contributing to the town. And as Heather has already pointed out, the treasurer has worked in the past more hours than they were allocated, and may need to come in sometimes to work more in a particular week and less in another week. They're totally within, the hours are totally within their control. They establish those, and so I don't think it's the same level of analysis you would have personnel involved in, for example, to set an absolute number of hours.
Well, in fact, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, they can't, can they?
They can't what?
They can't set a number of hours, because that would go against state law, would it not? That once you vote the salary, as I think I mentioned, they can work one day or they can work 365 days.
Well, that's right, and we have other elected officials in town, and they set their own hours, and their offices are open when they're open, not open when they're not open. They're working when they're working, they're not working when they're not working, and the town does not have a say in the hours issue. They have a say in the amount, and they have a say in protecting themselves in the future if a position becomes appointed against a potentially significant amount of money on a stream that could last many years.
So this is not actually an hourly position at all. It's a salaried done, right? Okay.
If I could just add, by state law, the Personnel Board has no jurisdiction over any elected official.
Okay. Thank you, Paul.
Is it true what Nancy Hess said, that if you can demonstrate or that the position requires greater than 20 hours, that's the litmus test for benefits, not, whether you're making it a 20-hour position?
My understanding, and David can correct me, is that an elected official is eligible for benefits anyway, regardless of the number of hours.
I think the issue is if it moves to appointed and you've set it up as a N-hour position, N being greater than 20, then it's difficult for the town to argue that the appointed position should be less than 20. Would that be correct?
That's why we tried to specify that it was, right after Pete had retired, we checked to see what the hours would be, and I think we were right around the 20-hour mark. And then after a little bit of time, I said, try to hit 15 hours a week, but if you need to go more, then go ahead and do that and flex the schedule so that an average, keeps around 15 if it's between a couple of weeks. So we've been at 15 right now. This is an increase of 3 hours more on the treasurer to be 18, and then adding in a 10-hour assistant. And I just
Because there's currently no assistant, is that correct?
Right. So, at 28 hours dedicated to treasurer, when before I was at 10 hours, that I thought was providing ample opportunity for many people to run for treasurer. Basically, if it was at 10 hours at $40 an hour, that's $400 a week for a completely flexible part-time job, that it would open it up to higher-level finance people who may be looking for another opportunity.
Excuse me, David. Whoever phone that is, could you please silence it?
It's James Bond.
Thank you.
So we had, the model that we had come up with was that the day-to-day duties in the office would be completed by the assistant position. And we had that reporting to the finance director on a day-to-day basis. Some people had concern about that, so we moved it back into the treasurer's office. And now we've reduced the amount of hours on the assistant and increased the hours on the treasurer. And I think this is more than ample where we ended up.
All right. Are there any more questions right here now from advisory?
Yes. Is there any argument legally that there's an intention at 18 hours to avoid paying benefits? That itself is an issue?
No, that's not an issue. That's pretty clear. The town has set 20 hours as a standard. They've kept certain positions under 20 hours so that they don't earn benefits. They've reduced positions that had started going over 20 hours on a short-term basis for fear that under the long term, they might be able to make a claim on those benefits. And has successfully reduced the hours so that it would stay under 20.
Should it be a benefited position, though? I mean, looking at it.
Well, it is right now. As an elected official, it's going to state benefits. The Board of Selectmen don't have any plans to vote to change that. But it's that when it switches to appointed at some point, if it switches to appointed, there's going to be a problem taking someone's benefits away and changing their hourly rate or whatever. And so we thought, right now, you have a justification for doing that, and that it just made good business sense over the long term to take care of it now, rather than have that fight later, which will, I would say, for sure end up in, some sort of suit.
And that's because you're comfortable that at some point you'll be able to convince the folks in the town to make it an appointed position, and you're going to try every year to get them to change their vote from last year where they voted that down.
Right. In the fall, the selectmen brought it, and it failed by 5 votes, and I think they placed the article back on the warrant again. We also had an article on there to combine it with the collector, which 75 or 80% of the communities in the state have already done, because the treasurer position is usually a smaller role that can easily be rolled into a collector position.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, David.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is there a memorandum from town council about the issue of the changing the position when it becomes appointed, assuming it does, and that being a liability concern if you tweak the hours or tweak the duties and that sort of thing? Because this ain't it.
Well, that...
I don't want to disclose what it says, but
Right.
It doesn't say what you guys...
Well, I'm saying that if it changes to, it's up to the selectmen whether they can make the treasurer position eligible for health benefits or not, if it's less than 20 hours, if they're working less than 20 hours when it switches to appointed. So, I can have them rewrite it so it's more specific, but that's how I read into this, that when the time comes to make the position appointed, if we haven't already been doing less than 20 hours, we're not going to be able to cut the hours and the benefits devoted to that position without a fight from whomever's in that position.
I don't see that here, but I don't want to...
No, it's not specific. This is only 2 sentences of...
About purely what the... well, I don't want to disclose what it says. We're not supposed to.
You can paraphrase.
Just a quick question. Last year, we had on the ballot the change from elected to appointed as well, but there was no effort to remove hours from the treasurer to get it under a benefit-eligible position to ensure that the potential appointed person would not file a lawsuit. So again, the timing on this seems suspect.
Could you address that, David?
Yeah, the Collins report and the DOR report recommended that for Sherborn, when they looked at all the finances, that change come around incrementally. Since I've been here, it'll be 3 years and 10 months from now. We haven't moved the ball towards any finance structure until this warrant. And usually the optimal time for making a change is in the vacancy of a position. Otherwise, you're affecting someone. So that's why the timing.
Jeff? No, yes.
As I understand, there's really 2 things happening here, and I think the hours issue is irrelevant to this discussion, and I think the benefits issue is pretty much irrelevant as well. There's 2 things happening here. It looks to me pretty much that $73,000 some odd dollars are being transferred from the Treasury Department to the Accounting Department compared to last year's budget. Okay, as I understand it from talking to the selectmen at our last meeting, some $50,000 of that relates solely to this payroll and benefit function that was moved away from treasury. And it seemed to me at the time that was reasonable enough. I was informed that the former treasurer did that function mostly because he would or he could, and folks took advantage of that, and that was fine. But that function is an accounting function, and the selectmen have authority over the accounting function, and so they moved it over. That made sense to me. That leaves approximately $23,000 that was formerly in the Treasury's Department, which has also been moved over to the Accounting Department, but it's not clear to me that that relates to accounting as opposed to Treasury. I think that's that some odd $20,000, which is an issue here, and how you translate that into hourly pay, to me, is kind of irrelevant. It's approximately $20,000. My view would be, is since, as Russ alluded earlier, less than 6 months ago, at a special town meeting, the notion was, let's keep this function as an elected position. Whether or not any of us agree or disagree with that position, that certainly was the special town meeting's vote. Why in the world we would transfer money out of the treasurer function to the accounting function when that function right now is simply being taken care of as a careholder by the selectmen? It is an elected position. I would leave the money where it is, okay, or some compromise number. I would leave it where it is unless and until the function is changed, and I have no reason to know that it will or won't be changed. But to me, why we are spending an inordinate amount of time analyzing some $20,000 move from an elected position to the town accountant is beyond me. We should leave the money where it is so that the new elected treasurer, which is the only outcome we have at this moment, we're going to have an election, so that the elected treasurer can deal with that money. If after a year from now it's determined that that department's budget is too high, it will fall into the same analysis that every other budget we have in front of us in the omnibus budget. It goes through a vetting process, it gets voted on. If it's the wrong number, it'll come down. If it's the right number, it stays the same. But changing it now, while the function is in a caretaker position, makes no sense to me. Thank you.
David, how much of the the expense line is reduced as well? I assume a lot of that was like for payroll service or something that moved with the payroll job?
Right, anything that had to do with electronic data processing of the payroll. We use a service called Harper's for processing payroll. The money for Harper's would have transferred from the treasurer's office over to the accountants. And as far as supplies and training or dues or those kind of things, we just cut them in half, and those went with the payroll position, and the rest stayed with the treasurer's position. After discussing that at the last selectmen's meeting, they added extra money into the expenses for the treasurer to cover additional training. So I think that's been taken care of.
Mike?
Yeah, Mary, if I remember Thursday evening, we had gotten to what could have been a compromise position of 20 and 8, which seemed to be endorsed by the candidate for treasurer, and actually I think was suggested by her. And I indicated I was comfortable with that, which I still am, other than the issue of the legal opinion. If the sense of advisory is the possibility of paying benefits for an appointed person at some point in the future is not an issue that needs to be considered. In other words, the fiscal prudence down the road is not something you want to think about at this point, then I think the only solution is to go back to that 20 and 8, just speaking for myself. I don't know how my colleagues feel.
Sure, Paul.
The discussion so far has been focused on the treasurer and what the treasurer might do, what a new treasurer might do. But I'd suggest to you there's been a change since the special town meeting, and that change is that we've actually hired a new town accountant. And it's not just a new town accountant, it's someone who has been a finance director and who knows how to be a finance director and who can add a considerable depth to the bench that we have and to helping lead the town forward in many different ways. And in order to hire that kind of caliber of person, we have moved 8 hours of time for her to become full-time. We have given her additional duties, and we're looking to her to fulfill a very important advisory role to us, like a finance director would do for us. Whether or not those changes are voted at town meeting or in a formal sense, we are going to be looking here. And because we now have a truly a different structure, these issues about the Treasury seem, A, quite minor, and B, they should be looked at from the point of view of how do we support who we have in this key role. And the best way to support that is to keep the less hours, just the proposal that you have before you, the 18 and the 10. I would myself prefer more hours in the assistant, because the assistant can then back up the town accountant more, but it is what it is. We are where we are. I'd recommend that you stay with the 18.
Let me ask a question. I hope I'm not throwing a monkey wrench into the works here, but are we actually, what we're addressing, it's listening to all this morning, I'm wondering if what we're actually addressing is simply the hours of the assistant, because the hours of, there are really no such thing as the hours of the treasurer. There is only a salary, and we're actually voting a salary for an exempt employee. The fact that, so, and in particular, because this is an elected position, and as a couple of people, including myself, have pointed out at various points, that person could work 1 hour, or that person could work 10 million hours, and they would still receive the same salary once it is voted at town meeting. So is the discussion of the number of hours associated with the treasurer in any way moot, and or not? I am willing to be educated about that. And in fact, are we talking about sums of money and where those sums of money should go in the treasurer or the accountant office? And in the end, whatever salary we vote for this will be collected by the elected treasurer, and will be collected if that person works 20 hours a week, 10 hours a week, 40 hours a week, 2 hours a week. And so I'm sure we're talking about hours, but we're really not talking about hours. We're talking about salary. So and I could very well be wrong there.
No, that's a way of looking at it. The 18 hours is calculated off the same hourly rate as the other elected officials. So for 18 hours, it's $35,680. And then the assistant is the same admin rate as the accounts payable assistant and the payroll assistant under the accountant. So that for 10 hours is $12,823.
But that person is actually an hourly employee.
That is an hourly employee. And so we've added, from where we were at before, we added $16,000 more to the treasurer's side and reduced the assistant side by about $5,000.
But, excuse me, Mary, to answer your question, I don't know that there's a right answer to that, but the practical practice has been, if you think of the budget books and the reports, pick just a regular exempt employee. You take, take one that in Form 5, where the payroll is identified, it shows the hours for exempt employees, elected or otherwise, right? So we have that established practice of showing that form. And from that, those exempt employees are then benefit eligible.
Right.
For the elected officials,
It's the
they're
benefits
benefit
again.
eligible because the practice of the town, whether they were, back when we had stipends for selectmen and also assessors, those people were always on the, were benefit eligible because they were getting paid in a stipended manner, but they were elected officials.
So the hours
elected-
are important because of the benefits
So I
aspect.
think they are, and I'll just say one thing, going back to January of 2009, Advisory put forth a letter to Sherborn town officials called Financial Management Considerations, and it had 18 or so considerations, and the very first one talked about regular part-time employees, which are in essence these 20 or more hour exempt employees, okay? And it says, as defined, employees who work at least 20 hours per week under this classification are entitled to full benefits by the taxpayers. This can be a very costly hire. We believe, this is advisory speaking, we believe the town should evaluate its policy on new hires that may fall under this category, given careful consideration to combining positions. So I won't go through the whole thing, but basically it said a 20-hour hire is like Niagara Falls to mow from the Three Stooges. It really is a bad thing. It has been the practice of the board for years now
Timely
to
reference there.
avoid that. Yeah, that's right, that's right.
I'm
Yeah,
not
soon to be
going there,
five.
Peter,
There you
not
go.
going there.
Yeah. So the point is that, and Lanny was a signatory to that letter, quite frankly. So, it is the practice of the town to try to avoid that type of hire. Now, how that relates, this is a very complex thing. So you're trying to peg a number that's a reasonable number to compensate somebody for doing the treasurer's position here, and voters approve the salary, they don't approve the hours, but the underlying practice and the information still is pegged off of hours. So I think that's why I, too, am more comfortable with 18 for the longer-term ramifications, not the ramifications for the immediate future.
Okay. All right. So, are there any further questions, comments up here? I guess there are.
Just a quick one. Michael, the compromise that you were talking about, that you said you personally felt comfortable with to increase, do you know how one would monetize that? In other words, how much, if one were to adopt a compromise position between what the current treasurer, acting treasurer says would be necessary, can we monetize what that would shift from current accounting budget back into treasury?
The 28 versus 1810?
Yeah.
There's not, it's under $1,000, I think, the difference. I don't have the exact number. It's really just converting those hours from assistant hours to treasurer hours at the higher rate.
There's no transfer.
And just to correct Jeff, where you were talking about the shift of 50 for the person, the clerical person doing the payroll and benefits processing, the other piece is not 20 grand or whatever it is, it's really a change of $8,000, which is 4 hours times 38 bucks an hour, whatever it is, for a full year. So that's really the difference.
Between 22 and 18.
Between 22 and 18 is about $8,000. And there's bumping up of the assistants.
So we're talking, so in essence, you're talking about, we're discussing essentially an $8,000 difference between the accounting budget as opposed to the treasury budget.
No, we're discussing an 8-hour difference. Peter's talking about an 8-hour difference in, a 4-hour difference, I'm sorry, in salary between what Pete Hoagland earned during his last year as treasurer and what the new elected treasurer would earn. But the overall budget effect of the proposal, whether it's 18 and 10 or 20 and 8, is much smaller than that because you've also got assistant hours as well. So you've got between the 20 and 8 and the 18 and 10 items that I think are on the table, it's under $1,000 in difference. I think David had calculated that the other day. Do you have that number, David?
Yeah, off the top of my head, it was something like $935 increase, but what I wanted to say was whatever you vote on this doesn't affect the town accountant's budget. If you don't vote a certain dollar amount, those dollars aren't going to be raised and appropriated, but it doesn't affect the town accountant's budget.
I think you already voted the town accountant's budget.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, but if we changed our mind, we could move it back.
But there's no
Well,
transfer.
there's nothing to move back as long as you're okay with moving the payroll function from treasurer to accountant, because those changes were, the numbers, the differential numbers you're talking about were for that payroll
function. Now we're talking about the different issue of hours for the future treasurer. And we had a proposal from the person who was running as 2010, and we had a proposal for, 28, and we had a proposal for 1810. And the 1810, the rationale was to try to avoid the prospect down the road of having this become a benefited position if and when it's appointed. And at that point, it would be a cost ramification for the town to have a benefited position. And I guess if I see what the question before you is, I agree with Mary, it's not hours per se, it's salary dollars, and it's the prospect of, for the way we value or describe these positions, it's the prospect of setting up a position that if we converted it to an appointed position would end up over the 20-hour threshold. That's really the issue.
Well, yeah, I don't view that the issue. That may be an outcome, maybe yes, maybe no. I'm with Russ. I'm not convinced that I've seen anything that suggests that's real. But that's not the issue to me. The issue to me is, are we moving budget from Treasury to accounting beyond the payroll and benefit? And maybe I'm missing the numbers here, but the accounting budget is going up by some $85,000 over last year, and the Treasury budget is going down by some $73,000. And the only number I heard that related to payroll and benefits, which I think most folks agree is an accounting function, is some $50,000. That, the math tells me there's some $25,000 that used to be in Treasury. It is now in accounting, and I don't know what that's for unless it's
Yeah, I mean, I
just
think we
money.
did go over this on Thursday. Ben had the answer in terms of the expense side of the equation before.
Of this mysterious missing amount of money, I think we said 8,000 was for payroll processing. That was an expense that moved from treasurer along with the payroll and benefits person. The hours for the town accountant increased. The pay rate for the town accountant increased. And this year also, we included another $8,000 for the OPEB actuarial report. So I don't think anything is missing.
I just question whether we better support Irene, and you really should introduce her for the folks in cyberspace watching this on TV. And I've heard nothing but that she's a superstar, so we appreciate having her. But I still question whether we better support her, and she is a fairly new employee, by giving the treasurer the hours he or she will need to do the job, at least the current job.
David?
I want to take the time to introduce Irene Larrabee, and she's our new town accountant.
Welcome.
So, thank you.
Yeah.
I've never seen anyone hit the ground running as quickly as she did, and start making an impact as quickly as she did, jumping into a process that was already in the middle. So, in addition to the $51,000 for the payroll benefits person, there was $8,500 for data processing that moved over to the accountant. There was $1,800 for postage that moved to the accountant, and $1,200 that moved for office supplies over to the accountant. And those were dollar-to-dollar moves. Any other increase in the accountant was due to the salary and the town accountant and the OPEB. If there's a reduction in the treasurer's budget, it's not necessarily dollar for dollar that was moved over to the accountant's office. It's just lapsing, but I don't see.
Well, some of
Don't see
the
a
so-called
lot.
extra reduction in the treasurers would be the change in the hour structure from 22 to now 18.
Right, the rest of that.
And from what I understand, some things that Pete was doing as treasurer, acting, as de facto finance manager. So some of the time that he spent, and clearly to me it's unquantifiable, but there is some amount of time there that would switch over as well.
Well, I knew that there was an expertise that was going to be lost in the office of overlooking the finances on a whole beyond what the treasurer duties were. And again, it was an opportune time to start looking at the whole finance structure. And governance task force were looking at it too. And I maintained communications with them throughout of what we were doing, trying to get a finance director in place. And and that's what we're moving towards, is having some sort of accountable finance structure. I don't know if Irene wants to add anything to that, but you're welcome to talk as opposed to me blathering.
Okay. Well, I am going to close the discussion session and open the voting session. And I will, I'll call for a motion for favorable action on the treasurer's salary for the amount of $48,503. Is that the number that the treasurer is putting forward? The current treasurer? I just want to make sure I get that
Yes.
right. 48,503. Do I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Second? Second. All in favor? So let's get a count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? 3. Motion passes 6-3. Moving on to the next held item. That would be building inspector salaries. And the recommended amount in the inspector's budget submitted by the Board of Selectmen, $70,606. Someone from advisory put a hold on that. That was Ben, I believe.
Right. Just wanted to get an update from the selectmen about working with Board of Health to see about the possibility of the consolidated health agent position.
Sure. And just as background for folks who haven't been following all
Enjoyed
the
this?
episodes of this, this mini-series, the town administrator had I think, a very good idea of seeing whether there was a way to save money for the town by combining inspectional functions in an inspectional services type department or position. The idea would be to have someone who could do both building inspections as well as health inspections, and interestingly, we have hired just such a person fairly recently, someone who has a public health as well as building inspector type background. We proposed this budget increase in the building department budget in order to establish that kind of department. We had a series of discussions, including comment from the Board of Health, comments from some in the public. We have assurances from the Board of Health that they are open-minded to looking for ways to reduce costs and potentially consolidate functions and see what's the most efficient way of delivering and cost-effective way of delivering services to the town. And on that basis, I think we're not proceeding with this budget request. We had left it in the budget for the purpose of, of fostering discussion, and I think it had that effect.
Oh, it did.
I don't know if others have anything to add to this or not.
I'm not sure I agree with Mike's statement that we're not pursuing it. I very much would like to pursue it because I think the savings of the $25,000 are real based on the input from the town administrator. And it's the right thing to do as a taxpayer to help all our taxpayers to do things a little less. And the objection to it really is sort of the old-fashioned who's got what authority over who and all that stuff, which I hope at some point the town of Sherborn would permanently move beyond with regard to all departments. We should all be a team. We should all be working together to see how we can best save money for are our taxpayers. We have a very real opportunity here. We happen to luck into it, an opportunity that most towns don't have, where we've got someone who can do both the building function and the septic system function, and can do it well. And it turns out to be a lot cheaper to have an employee do it than to hire an outside contractor who has to have a profit margin and all those kinds of things. So I'm very much in favor of that model and very much would urge the town to go with that model while we have the opportunity.
Thank you, Paul.
Mary, could we just add a clarifying question here, though? 'Cause
Sure,
I think-
you can ask anything you want, Jeff.
I think the question is, at one point, both the Board of Health, I believe, budget and the inspector's budget had money in them for health inspector services.
They still do.
This budget doesn't look that way to me. The number I'm looking at, that's what I'm at. My clarifying question is what number we're looking at. We have $70,606 in the building inspection salaries in this budget that I see, and that's only a 1.5% increase. So it doesn't look like that includes the health inspector services, unless I'm mistaken.
Doesn't.
No, it does not include the health inspector, and it was changed based upon your meeting from last Wednesday.
Right.
A notification I received that advisory
Right, so that's
wasn't
what
in
I'm-
support of it, so I actually reversed it.
So that's what I'm asking, is I'm unsure, the budget doesn't reflect the discussion in some respects. I want to know, you seem to be proposing that it not be in the inspections budget right now.
The selectmen's proposal on the table was the higher figure. I'm speaking based on information that came in Thursday evening about the Board of Health taking a formal vote that they would look into alternative ways of providing services. And at least for me, that gave me comfort. Paul expressed his opinion earlier. Maybe Peter has an opinion on that.
Yeah, sure. So we did vote to keep the higher number in the budget that we had approved to foster the discussion, just as Mike said. Okay, but my position was that we don't want to jam something down on another board's, process here. So, and we did get, some commitments when Peter spoke at our meeting about looking at this. So perhaps it could be even adopted sometime, somewhere sooner than later. So I think there's a strong commitment there on both sides of the house here to do the right thing for the taxpayer. So I look forward to that. And this is a healthy discussion. The opportunity is here because we have the human resources to do this. We also have lingering issues as they sit today with how we're doing things. So I think moving towards what we had approved as a board is the right way to go at some point when everybody's comfortable.
Peter?
Peter Luffenden, Doppingbrook Road, Chairman of the Board of Health. I welcome the collegial attitude of Mike, and I can echo that. The board on Wednesday night, the Board of Health did take a formal vote to explore alternative models of organization of the entire Board of Health operation. We, in fact, identified 5 different models which we're going to be studying, one of which is that one selected, recommended by the selectmen, or actually fostered by the selectmen. But there are several other models that we're also looking at. The other thing that I might recount that, of course, we were at your meeting Wednesday night, and at the same time, we found that we were able to also to almost level fund the budget exclusive of this 2% salary change. And that had been a bone of contention, and there were a lot of missteps along the way that generated a higher number, but frankly, the Board of Health budget is virtually level funded with the recommended 2% salary-like increase, and that was a formal vote of the board on that budget. It was also a formal vote that we would investigate the alternatives, and we also had communication with the chairman of the selectmen that we will find a time for a joint meeting with the selectmen to discuss alternatives, and we're going to weigh them all. And it's a very complex process involving the personnel department, personnel committee, and looking at like towns and their operations and so forth. But the Board of Health is entirely committed to improving public access and cost control. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Hey, Peter, how long do you think all that vetting will take? I know you guys have your hands full, and there's a lot going on at the board.
frankly,
Any idea?
Yeah, it's going to be, I wouldn't think it could be accomplished with any kind of final recommendation in less than 6 months. Certainly, it's not going to be happening in weeks. We only we meet twice a month, and we aren't, as a three-member board, as the selectmen are also, we cannot talk to each other between meetings without violating open meeting law. So it's not a rapid process, but as I say, we identified 5 models. Each Board of Health member has homework to do before our next meeting to basically list pros and cons to initiate our discussion, and we'll be fleshing those out with other research.
Just to re-clarify, the $70,606 does not include the building inspector fulfilling the Board of Health agent?
Correct.
Right, okay.
If you'd like the figures, if you do include that person as the Board of Health person, the salary is $102,692, and expenses are $6,044.
Thank you, Irene.
Just as a question, the way this is set up now,
Mike? I mean, give him the mic.
is the $25,000 of savings in this budget in some place or not?
No.
So we're going to tax the good residents of the town of Sherborn, and this $25,000 that I personally think is unnecessary, so that we can have 6 months of thinking about stuff. Why not appropriate $25,000 less in somebody's budget? I'm not saying whose, so that this change gets pushed along.
I would ask that you not appropriate 25 less in the building inspector's budget.
Yeah, I think there needs to be the analysis, Paul. I understand the desire to save money, but I quite frankly don't believe $25,000 for a minute. The Board of Health Inspection's budget is $50,000. I don't see how you're going to save 50% of the total cost. It doesn't seem realistic to me. But I don't have a basis for that. But I think what they're saying is that they're going to sit down and evaluate that. If the $25,000 is right, or whatever the right number is, they're going to come to that, and during the course of the year, we can generate a savings. So I don't think the savings is going away. They're not going to spend the money if we approve the full amount, and they don't need to spend it in the course of fiscal year 2016. They won't spend it all, and it'll go back to free cash. So I don't think we're doing what you say.
Okay, any further comment? Okay, I'll close the discussion and bring it up here for a vote. And I will take a motion to approve for building inspector salaries, the amount of $70,606.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion up here? All right, all in favor? Is that everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, unanimous. Thank you very much. And the last, actually, why don't we take a 5-minute break here? I'm sorry, but I think it would be a good thing. We'll be back in 5.
Gotta go to the bathroom, huh, Mary?
Yeah. I'm dying here. Welcome back. I just want to, again, remind folks who wish to make a comment to please not shout out from your seat, but to approach the microphone, because we're not just talking among ourselves here. This is being broadcast, and it makes it difficult for the audio going out on the stream to be heard clearly by the people at home. So just make that reminder. Okay, so we are now addressing the final item to be taken care of for Article 3, and that is Council on Aging salaries. And before we even start on that, I want to make sure that I have correct numbers here, because they have been changing under us almost as we speak. So the number that I have here, $117,750.
You read out 110.
I'm sorry. Okay. So, oh, here, I'm sorry, yep.
Earlier you said 110,000.
Yes, I did. Yep. Different sheet. The number that I read out and that we're recommending, or that came through from the Board of Selectmen as of this morning. Okay, so that is 110,581. Okay.
Correction on that, the vote this morning was on a 2% COA above the personnel reported amount. I don't know that this number
Well,
reflects
that's
that.
what that's what I actually want to find out. That includes that? Okay. And Irene, could you tell me what the number was as of the compromise reached yesterday between Council on Aging and that personnel actually voted?
While they're looking, Mary, I'd also like to know what the 117 is that's currently shown here. Is that the original Board of Health,
Yeah.
Council on Aging's proposal to us?
No, original Board of Selectmen vote on the original Council of Aging proposal, that's correct.
Before yesterday's meeting?
Before yesterday's
That's
meeting.
correct.
Thank you.
That number was 117758.
Yes, Irene.
Yes.
As stated, the original request is 117,758.
Right.
And the recommendation is 110,821.
Yes, but what the other number that I'm looking for,
That was 108,786. The differential was 1795.
108,786. Okay, and the differential was?
1785, 1795. I'm sorry.
1795, okay, thanks. Okay, so the proposed number by the Board of Selectmen this morning for our consideration is $110,581. Okay, and
Yeah. No, we're the
Everyb-
110. This is with the...
this is correct, gentlemen?
Yes, it's correct.
Okay.
Yep, you're right.
So I will open discussion if there are any questions, comments, and so forth.
I'll just make one comment. That's about a 10.5% increase over last year.
Okay. And the other number that, the 108,786, which we may get to or not in a minute, that would be how much of a percent?
About 8%.
About 8%, okay. Increase over last year.
That's right.
Yeah. That was the original request.
Okay. Are there questions or comments from the floor, from advisory on this number? From,
Yeah, and I can give the rationale for our proposal. We had proposed the higher 117 number based on data we got from the Council on Aging and the request they made, and an understanding of their very important functions within the town and how much they serve the public, and particularly serve a sector of the population that doesn't get a benefit out of schools, or at least doesn't get the same benefit that others do out of the school costs, which are, as we all know, are the greatest proportion of our budget by far. I understand that there was a meeting at Personnel yesterday in which a
There was.
compromise was proposed.
and voted.
And voted. And Mary, you had presented some statistics at your last advisory meeting to justify a lower number. I questioned some of those in the sense that I don't think while they were, I presume, accurate as far as the numbers go, I don't think they picked up some of the special things that this Council on Aging does, such as they've attracted quite a large percentage of the senior population in town to their functions. I understand they've increased, doubled the amount of participation during Karen's tenure there. They also are successful in bringing in grant money and donations, which defray what would otherwise be part of their budget requests and help them to offer a wide array of events and services. And so when the request came in that there be a
cost of living adjustment on the number that was voted as a base yesterday by personnel, we agreed to support that additional increase, which amounts to the $17.95 difference between the personnel number and the number that we've recommended.
Go ahead. Ben?
Just one more update from the Personnel Board meeting. They did make a commitment that they were going to do a
Yes.
top-to-bottom review town-wide over all the salaries, because they're recognizing that the classifications and so forth are just way out of date. And so in some sense, personnel's vote yesterday was without prejudice against, making further adjustments next year.
The other thing that personnel voted yesterday was to change the COA director's classification from classification 3 to classification 2. That, so when they perform this analysis and evaluation of all town positions, that COA director's position will be evaluated in the Class 2, it'll at least start there, in the Class 2 category. And personnel, I would say, I was there for that meeting, and I think the discussion from personnel's point of view is that it was clear that the director salary was at, the data that I brought showed that she was the lowest paid of hourly pay director in the typical group of 10 towns that we use for comps here. And it was clear that there needed to be an adjustment made. They also looked at the overall Council on Aging budget in comparison with other towns, and the determination was made that if the full originally requested amount of salary was brought in there, that we would leap to a very high level on that list from the lowest to the highest. We have the lowest number of seniors of any of the comp towns. The next town to us is Dover. They have 31% more seniors than we do, and the next town is Carlisle, and they have 48% more seniors than we do. But, all that aside, I think it's clear, and personnel also felt it was clear, that the director and the 2 elder advocates were in line to get an increase, and they, by also raising her classification, I think they acknowledged that. So when I left that meeting yesterday, the number that would have resulted from their deliberations and vote was $108,786. From what that included the 2% COLA that everyone in town is getting, or not everyone in town. Some people are getting way more. But the non-contract workers who are covered by the COLA, the 2% is what they would get. And then in addition to that, there was an additional bump for the Council on Aging director and for the 2 elder advocates, such that the Council on Aging director's salary would be a 9.3% increase over last year's, and the 2 elder advocates' increase over last year would be 6%. That included the 9.3 and the 6%, both incorporated a 2% COLA and then additional monies on top of that. From what I understand from this morning, the numbers that were presented to you and that you voted on to give us the 110,581 included another additional 2%. So they wanted they are presenting, they want the original baked-in COLA plus another 2% COLA on top of that, or another 2% on top of that. So, and that is what brings us up to 110,581 with the delta of 1795. So I just wanted to, sort of get the facts out there. Paul?
I just wanted to indicate that that's a unanimous vote of the board,
Okay.
that we all support that additional money. And as to why, I would say that we have an excellent team, an excellent director. It's a very important function. It's a very valuable function. It is very much in the town's best interest to have employees who are paid adequately and not feeling that they are putting in lots of extra hours and lots of extra time. So I very much would urge you, as my colleagues have done, to go with this number. It's not a big hit on any budget. It's not a big hit on the bottom line, but it would mean a lot to a lot of citizens of the town.
Is there any comment from the floor?
I was just going to comment only because I'm the one that put the hold on this item. And I'm in agreement, but not in complete agreement with the Board of Selectmen, and I agree in their principle. I actually am in favor of the original budget of $117,000. I think that some of the data was a little bit misleading when we looked at a per senior cost. That can be misleading in a small town where there's a lot of fixed costs and a lot of costs that a program has to be put on, whether there's 20 people there or 40 people there. So I don't think the numbers on a per senior basis they're informational but not fully reflective of the job that's required. So, and the other thing that I see is while we're talking about percentages, actually the 117 is only $7,000 more than the 110 the selectmen have put forth today. So I don't know whether we can change it. I was not able to attend the personnel board on Friday, unfortunately. But I would advocate going to the full 117 that was proposed originally by the Council on Aging. I think one other figure that wasn't mentioned is Karen, the director, also has a master's degree, and I don't know in the benchmarking analysis if other directors in other towns have master's degrees. I know our teachers get paid, I believe, more salary if they have advanced degrees. So while I put a hold on it, it wasn't because I didn't support the 110 numbers, because I would rather that it be 117.
Charlie? While Charlie's walking to the mic, I'll just say that one of the things that personnel is concerned about is opening the floodgates. This is, we have personnel classifications, and we have all manner of individuals who do a fabulous job and work more hours and so forth. And there's no point in having, this is their statement, but I agree with it, there's no point in having personnel policies if you just start tossing them out, and we think this person is worth more, and we don't think this person is worth, so forth. So that certainly was one of their reasons for voting what they did. They did raise her classification, and the other thing is we don't give merit raises here, bottom line. We have classifications and corresponding rates, and that's the way a municipality runs. So.
Hey, Mary, can you just, if the people that may not know, explain or have someone explain the difference between the 2 and 3 classification, what that means?
Well, the personnel policies set classifications of employees according to certain criteria that are laid out in the personnel plan. And 10 years ago, various positions were placed into those categories, and the fact that it was 10 years ago, I think, militates strongly for what the Personnel Board has decided to do townwide, which is to look at all the classifications, all the jobs. When I've been talking to them about it, I've referred to it, it's springtime, let's do some spring cleaning, let's pull all the clothes out of the closet, and then put them back in the right places. So there's an acknowledgement that the classifications need to be looked at. There are certain criteria that occasioned in 2006 certain jobs to be put into certain classifications, and it's probably time now to look at those again. And I will say that I'm trying to anticipate your next question, okay? Which is that because someone changes classification, they do not automatically change their pay rate. I don't know if that was your question, but I would add that as well. So they are separate, but they're contributing.
That was kind of my question, but is it a title change? Is it just a higher, more executive position? What does it mean if I call myself a Class 2 versus a Class 3?
It means I'm more impressed by you, Russ.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
But no, it doesn't entail a title change. It's just a taking of COA director no longer fulfills the criteria for a Class 3. We now feel that that position should be a Class 2. It will still be called COA director.
Mary?
Yes.
I want to talk about classifications because one thing is, what's not clear to me in what personnel did was their plan to actually affect that change, because I think to affect that change, and I'll defer to my more astute folks in terms of what you do at town meeting, but I believe you have to, it's a change to the personnel administration plan to bump somebody from Class 3 to Class 2, and that requires town meeting approval. I don't think we have a warrant article to
We
that
do not.
effect. So I don't think it can, so in form, we can't really make the change. In substance, we can agree that the change makes sense, I think is where we're at today.
Okay.
And that's independent of the decision of what the pay rate should be, or this
Well,
budget decision you're making.
I would look forward then to next year, when perhaps personnel can give us an article that will change any number of classifications for any number of jobs. Paul?
I've often seen those kinds of classifications done as a footnote to a budget. In other words, reclassifying people in the personnel bylaw doesn't necessarily need to have a standalone article. On the other hand, some towns do it that way, and they have a generic article every town meeting to make changes to the
I've seen
personnel
that,
board
yeah,
and classification. But you can put a footnote to your budget in which you implement a classification change, but it would have to require a vote of the personnel board. And one other thing I would say, I want to amend the remarks I made earlier in which I supported the increase to the 110 to say that I'm supporting the 110, but I certainly support the 117, and I agree with everything that Jeff said 100%. And if we could get to 117, that's where I'm at. I was supporting the 110 and my colleagues there because we're trying to do as best we can with what we have. I mean, that's what government's all about, trying to get as much consensus as possible. But if there's any appetite for the 117, I mean, count me in for that. That's really where we should be.
Okay, Paul, thanks. Grace?
I just wanted to clarify. Classifications relate to things like level of responsibility, number of people being supervised, the quality of the job. And when that changes, then it's worthwhile talking about whether, okay. Salaries in this town have traditionally been based upon, first of all, the comparisons with like towns, which should be done periodically. Years ago, we ended up taking 3 years to catch up because we were so far behind. So that's one percentage. That's why they were looking at other towns, plus the COLA, and nothing to do with merit. We once had a PhD in Nancy Hess's office doing clerical work, if I remember, and she got paid as a clerk because that's what she was doing.
Thank you, Grace. Charlie? I didn't mean to ignore you before, Charlie. Really, I swear I didn't.
I'm sorry, say again.
I said I didn't mean to ignore you before, Charlie. I swear I didn't.
No, the question was pertinent, even if aside from the current question. I'd like to
Can you
speak-
just identify yourself? Oh, you should have.
I'd
too,
like
please.
to speak to the classification. There is a formal published protocol, and Grace could cite chapter and verse because she has been previous chairman of the Personnel Committee. I have attended the last meetings, the last 2 or 3 meetings of COA with personnel in the discussion of that. There's a beautiful protocol. It lists the various levels. It also provides position and dimension characteristics and rating levels and definition of the rating levels for each of them. This protocol exists, and not to be critical of the Personnel Committee, but I do not believe until this very most recent circumstance, which is unusual, had been exercised in terms of having individual members of the Personnel Committee run the evaluation, put down the numerical evaluation, debate them, and come out with a decision. I think that as a result of the focus of attention on this and the discussion that they, in their last meeting yesterday, did raise the classification to 2.
We did.
And I believe it was more than justified. And I'd be very happy to show you the rating protocol and the thing that relates to the current director in the current position. That's not why I'm standing.
Thank you, Charles. Are you adding something else? Sure.
And we jump to the end.
Okay. Charlie, it's almost 2 minutes.
All right. I'll do my
I forgot about
All right.
that, actually.
I'll do my best.
Get my
I
wrist slapped
support
here.
Mr. Waldron and Mr. Durensis' recommendation to restore the original Board of Selectmen. And the reason I do it, and because I've only got 2 minutes, then I won't share the engineering facts and data that exist. The current hourly rate for our Council on Aging Director is $29.47. The highest hourly rate of the 12 towns around us surveyed is 42. No, excuse me, 44.51. Then there's 42. And then there's 2 more 40s. And then there's a whole bunch of 30s. Sherborn's is the lowest hourly rate of any surrounding town. We have one of the best, if not the best, Council on Aging Director here in Sherborn. You know, I'm sure.
Okay, Charlie, I really am going to have to,
All right.
because we all acknowledge that she does a great job.
All right, let me just say this. The proposed rate that the selectmen have recommended is $35.01.
I think that's-
$35.31.
I think that's not correct, Charlie.
That's from
the original.
That was the original recommendation. So I'm really, that's
All right,
done.
I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you, Charlie.
If you do this original rate, you will put the Sherborn-Dover rate in the median of all the towns around.
Okay, thank you, Charlie.
If you do the same
We're-
thing
we're
for
done
some
here.
of our other services, it would be a disaster.
Susie.
Hi, Susan Tyler, 26 Western Ave. I have a question. Wasn't the, this position, the budget for the Council on Aging, sorry, I'm ill. The director's position, wasn't it 3 years ago there was an adjustment of $7,000 for the income then?
Yes.
And so how can it be that we are within 3 years, yet again, now $10,653 out of whack? How did that happen within 3 years?
Okay. Okay. Is there a further comment up here? Russ?
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
Do we know what the corresponding hourly rate would be for the 110,581 that the selectmen requested, as well as the 108,786
I know the one-
that you guys negotiated yesterday?
Right, the one that we negotiated yesterday at 108,786 is 3222.
And that 108 is a number of people, it's not one individual.
Oh, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, that includes the people who comprise that total number are a number of employees of the Council on Aging. The people whose raises we are addressing are the director and 2 elder advocates. Right, and I had the number for 108 because that was the number that I came to this meeting this morning
So with another
anticipating
2%, it's-
voting.
It's 3286.
So 3286 as opposed to 3223
For the director's salary.
for the
and
director's
obviously
salary.
there's
The
other folks in
others,
the budget.
I don't know what the others are. So I'm going to take a vote on the submitted one more, Serena?
Serena Hall, 21 Wood Road, Friends of Council on Aging President. I'm here to support that salary budget of 117 and some change. I want to read you an email that I sent to many of you yesterday that I think is pertinent to this conversation. Sherborn has an excellent, well-educated COA team that recognizes and responds to Sherborn's senior needs. Our professional elder advocates carefully keep track of seniors requiring outside services that they need. Staff programming is firmly in place, supporting health, socialization, and safety foremost, and has expanded over the last several years. Sherborn COA is the gold standard, where they have outperformed their peers in neighboring towns with their innovative programs. Our talented and enthusiastic director has shared these successes at professional conferences. In its 6th year, lifetime learning classes are open to all adults in town, taught by college professors from Wellesley, MIT, Boston University, Brown, ambassadors, State Department postings, published authors, etc. These popular and high-caliber classes are fully subscribed. Drop-in lunch adds socialization and education, and a little nutrition if Peter's there, and with interesting speakers and presentations every Thursday. There are health and safety clinics, active exercise classes, year-round walking group, assistance in filing taxes and applying for health insurance, opportunities for local field trips to cultural events, Meals on Wheels, medical lending closet for ambulatory equipment, opportunities for scouting experiences, and recently an intergenerational program, Bridges, where seniors and youth were paired at Pine Hill. Retaining seniors in their homes where they continue to pay their annual taxes is a huge benefit to Sherborn. We have a wise and gifted older generation that adds to the fabric of Sherborn's daily life. It is vitally important to the younger generation to learn from,
Go ahead.
I'm going to
Just
finish,
finish up.
such as, today we can boast of having an integrated population, but this is at risk. Sherborn also needs to remain attractive to the newly retired seniors, such as myself, who are now empty nesters that so far have chosen to stay here. If town life becomes uninteresting and services diminish because COA staff salaries are not commensurate, this will change the town dramatically. We need to celebrate and endorse the efforts that have gone into all that is available to all the towns in town. Let's keep Sherborn vibrant and a place where all ages want to reside.
Thank you, Serena. Charlie, if you're going to add something new only.
I have a point of correction. I stated the projected rate for Sherborn, the selectmen's rate, for FY16 was 35.31. And I was corrected that that was wrong. I drew that figure from your analysis, which is published and distributed to all of your members. If we do that, and that apparently is still an issue here, then we will be comparable to Dover at 35.30. These are from your thing, so I beg to be corrected on that. And then I would point out, you know that Dover also has a living learning series? Do you know why? Because Sherborn started it 2 or 3 years earlier, and we have assisted them, and imitation is the best form, whatever it is.
The best form of flattery, Charlie.
Chris Winterfeld, Old Orchard Road, Chair of COA, and very proud to be Chair of this wonderful COA. You've heard of all the wonderful things they've done from Serena. Serena is the chair of the Friends, and we're very lucky to have that organization. They're fairly new, just a few years old, but we do get support from them to help us defray costs. Our cost per senior is high because we are a small town. But in talking to a few other towns like Norfolk, their Friends organization has had a huge contribution, and they have $700,000 in the bank. So that defrays a tremendous amount of costs for them, making their cost per senior lower. So just to keep that in mind. Our budget, the cost for us is to the town, I'm sorry, the cost to the town for the COA is less than 0.5% of our total budget. So it wouldn't really hurt to reach a little deeper into our pockets for this wonderful organization. Thanks.
Ann Beccaruti, 148 Nason Hill Road. I have been a volunteer for the Council on Aging for over 15 years, and so I've seen what's happened over the past years, the expansion of programs, the outreach to many, many more people, and meeting the needs of many more people. And I won't go on with that because I have actually 4 pages of comparison of the programs, the number of programs and the quality of programs that are going on in Sherborn compared to that of Dover, our nearest comparator. But what I really want to emphasize is that I can see the inequity in what's happened in the last 15 years, and I support 100% Jeff Waldron and Paul and all of the other people who feel that the COA original budget of 117 plus should be what we should be looking for. It's important to me as a moral issue, because when there is inequity, I think that we should mend that equity as quickly as possible, and that means this year. So I hope that you will reconsider and do the right thing, because actually doing this benefits all seniors. It's giving back something to seniors for all of the support that they have given to the schools over the years, and I think that's important.
Thank you, Ann. Mike.
Yeah, Marion, just to clarify, I supported the 117 originally also. Paul and I were the 2 selectmen who voted in favor of it. Peter had some more questions at the time. The proposed 110 was a compromise that I was directed to this morning by the Council on Aging, by Karen Jewell and by Chris. And so that's the reason that number came out of this board this morning. It was a request by those folks at COA.
Okay, and they were on board with the 108,786 yesterday, so just so you know.
Yeah, and I don't have any
Right.
knowledge about that,
Yeah.
but it seems to me if a board is willing to propose a compromise, that's a fair approach.
Okay, so if there is, I'll close the comment session now and bring it up here. And since the 110,581 is submitted, I will take a motion to approve the Council on Aging salaries at 110,581.
So moved.
Second? All in favor? Okay, that is 8-2.
You didn't ask.
Oh, opposed, sorry. Opposed?
Opposed.
All right. Seven, yes, gee, yes, I'm sorry. I
Mary
can't
votes
add,
twice.
obviously. I've been doing this too long here. Okay, so that is Article 3, fully taken care of. Article 4, to see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds a sum of money, and if so, what sum, for the purpose of supplementing the various line items of the town's fiscal year 2015 budget, previously voted by the town under Article 3 of the warrant for the 2014 annual town meeting, or take any other action relative thereto. Okay, we will recommend action on each of these supplementals individually, and as with Article 3, advisory members should call out a hold if you have something you would like to discuss. Supplements are as follows. Police overtime, $85,000. Snow and ice payroll, $54,954. Snow and ice expenses, $144,630. Library building repairs, submitted fall 14, $10,113. Town accountant payroll expenses, $16,000. Insurance, $25,000. Transfer station improvements, $3,100, for a total current year supplemental of $338,797. Of that, the overlay release will cover $142,433, with a balance of $196,363.84 to be funded from free cash. Paul?
I just want you to be aware of what's going on at the state level where your snow and ice piece may not be needed. The state government has put together the numbers for the various snowstorms that have been affecting Massachusetts, and have made the decision to treat all the storms as one continuous storm rather than a series of smaller storms.
That's what it felt like.
And they have assembled all the data, and we are above the eligibility for federal disaster relief. And so the current administration has submitted to the Federal Emergency Management a proposal that certain counties in Massachusetts be designated as federal disaster areas. That would include Middlesex County. It includes all the counties in eastern Massachusetts up to and including Worcester County. Doesn't include the western part of the state. That's going to be submitted to the President of the United States. If he declares that there's a disaster, then we will be eligible for 75% reimbursement of the money that we've spent. The Baker administration has submitted as a outside section to the budget a change in law that would say that we don't need to pay for this snow and ice item for 2 years rather than 1 year. And they're also suggesting that there be a netting of, with additional statutory changes, that there be a netting effect, which means that if you defer payment on this, which will be authorized by state law, when the 75% reimbursement comes in, the only amount that would need to be appropriated by any municipality is the 25%. This plan you have here, I believe, provides for 100% coverage of your deficit, which means you tax at 100%. Then you get back the 75% reimbursement, which would then become free cash in a future year. The reason why the Baker administration is trying to do this differently is because that means the taxpayers are fronting all this money. You have to tax the taxpayers. They have to write the check. It comes in, gets built into your system now that your tax rate is covering this, as opposed to their proposed way of doing this, which is you only fund 25% and not in this year, in next year.
Okay, so this, of course, this line item is not, this is recommended by us, but it's not actually voted until town meeting. And I'm wondering if we'll have further information as to how that proposal is going to fly by town meeting, because I'm very hesitant to underfund this on the expectation that something might happen. So.
Well, it's been pretty well received. In fact,
Well,
it's with great excitement.
But it ain't done till it's done, so.
This was a very expensive storm,
Oh,
not
yes.
just for Sherborn, but I mean, looking at it statewide, it was a huge hit. It is going to require quite an infusion of federal dollars, and that's all anticipated. So the preliminary indications are this is quite likely to happen. But you're right that there will be further steps along the way. But if anything, I think there may be an effort to increase and make it even easier for communities, rather than trying to keep to the older law, which is more draconian.
Okay, Ben?
I'll just note that what's the consideration we have before us is, as a supplemental appropriation, this is coming from free cash, not the operating budget. So these are tax dollars, but they were tax dollars paid in prior years. So it will be great if we get better procedures for the future.
So if we approve this, and even if town meeting approves it, it comes out of free cash, and if we get the money back, it goes into free cash, so it's just a.
But that's true, but if you have 2 years to pay it, you don't have to actually pay this money from free cash until a year from now.
Okay, well, I'll just speak for myself. I don't feel comfortable taking a chance like that, so. Okay, Grace?
I have a question.
Yes.
The contractors who did the work for our snow plowing and would be deferred in their payment?
Oh, no, you pay. The Board of Selectmen have already voted to allow deficit spending on this account. Under state law, this is one of those
So what you're
items.
talking about is deficit spending. We pay, but it would be allowed. It's not deferring payment.
Not to the contractors.
Sorry.
We pay our bills. What's deferred is the hitting the budget would be deferred by an additional year.
Okay. All right, no further comment. I'll bring it up here for a vote, and I will take a motion to approve the supplemental appropriations as read. Do I have?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion up here? All in favor? Is that unanimous?
Yeah.
Okay, unanimous. Article 5, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds or borrow a sum of money, and if so, what sum, for highway improvements under the authority of Chapter 90 of the general laws as funded by various state budgets. Authorize the selectmen to apply for, accept, expend, and borrow in anticipation of state aid for such projects, or take any other action relative thereto. Is there any discussion? This is an article that comes up every year. It allows us to accept money from the state. Who could be against that? Any, okay, so hearing no discussion from the floor, I'll bring it up here for a vote. I will take a motion for favorable action on Article 5.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. Article 6, to see if the town will vote to authorize or reauthorize, as the case may be, the use of revolving funds containing receipts from the fees charged to users of the services provided by the various boards, departments, or offices of the town pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half of the general laws, or take any other action relative thereto. This enables the use of revolving funds that we have established here, such as for the cemeteries, for Farm Pond, and for elder housing. Is there any comment from the floor? Any comment up here? Okay, I will close the comment session and open the voting session. I will take a motion to recommend favorable action on Article 7.
So moved.
Six, I think it's
I'm
Article
sorry.
6, Mary.
Yep, it is.
We were just moving along so
I'm
well.
cutting, my cut and paste, my cut and paste skills failed me there, sorry. Article 6. So move.
So moved.
Do we have a, let's start again. I'll take a motion for favorable action on Article 6.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. Now moving on to Article 7. Oh, boy, I should have stuck with Article 7. Now I've got to go through all the capital items. I should have held my ground. Okay. Article 5, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds or borrow a sum of money, and if so, what sum, for highway improvements under the authority of Chapter 90 of the general laws as funded by various state budgets. Authorize the selectmen to apply for, accept, expend, and borrow in anticipation of state aid for such projects, or take any other action relative thereto. Is there any discussion? This is an article that comes up every year. It allows us to accept money from the state. Who could be against that? Any? Okay, so hearing no discussion from the floor, I'll bring it up here for a vote. I will take a motion for favorable action on Article 5.
So moved.
Second? Second. All in favor? Unanimous. Article 6, to see if the town will vote to authorize or reauthorize, as the case may be, the use of revolving funds containing receipts from the fees charged to users of the services provided by the various boards, departments, or offices of the town pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half of the general laws, or take any other action relative thereto. This enables the use of revolving funds that we have established here, such as for the cemeteries, for Farm Pond, and for elder housing. Is there any comment from the floor? Any comment up here? Okay, I will close the comment session and open the voting session. I will take a motion to recommend favorable action on Article 7.
So moved.
Six, I think it's
I'm
Article
sorry.
6, Mary.
Yep, it is.
We were just moving along so
I'm
well.
cutting, my cut and paste, my cut and paste skills failed me there, sorry. Article 6. So move.
So moved.
Do we have a, let's start again. I'll take a motion for favorable action on Article 6.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. Now moving on to Article 7. Oh, boy, I should have stuck with Article 7. Now I've got to go through all the capital items. I should have held my ground. Okay. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money, and if so, what sum, for the purpose of capital expenditures for the offices, departments, boards, and commissions of the town of Sherborn, and to determine if any amount borrowed under this article shall be contingent upon the passage of a ballot question exempting the amounts required to pay for the bonds from the provisions of Proposition 2.5, or take any other action relative thereto. And as we did with Article 3, we will recommend action on each of these articles individually. Okay. I just want to point out that the disposition of this article this year is slightly different from the way it's been taken care of other years in the following manner. The town accountant has identified significant hundreds of thousands of dollars in funds that had been appropriated in past capital articles. The articles have spent the money for, that was the amount of money needed in order to make the capital purchase. And there have been funds sitting in our coffers, basically, for, these happened between 2004 and 2013, if I'm not mistaken, right. And so when I read the line item, we will be approving the full amount, but we will only be paying from the FY16 appropriations, that you'll be taxed on, a certain amount of that, and the rest of it will be using the funds that have previously been borrowed. All right? So, line item number 1, CM&D, 2 one-ton pickup trucks, $180,000. I'm sorry, I read, okay. 127,710 we will borrow, and we will fund 52,290 from old articles. I misspoke now when I said several hundreds of thousands. It's not that. That's what it's going to cost us, but we're still saving over $50,000. Okay. So, any comment on that article?
Well, I have a clarification for the accountant. So this money was both authorized and borrowed in prior years, and so the borrowed money not spent is, sitting in our accounts, or?
There were 4 prior projects that were funded through general tax revenues or other general revenues from the town.
Got it.
There was specifically $60.56 that was borrowed. Actually, more was borrowed, but this is what was left after that project was done. So the mechanism is to reappropriate the funds for a similar or longer purpose. So you cannot take a 20-year bond and use it for a 5-year, but you could use a 5-year for a 20-year.
Great, thank you.
So, any comment from the floor? Okay, any,
Question, do we have these 2 trucks now?
Oh, yeah. No, not these. No, these are what we're going to borrow for.
Oh, we're going to borrow, okay, because
Right.
we're going to pay for these things with money we're going to tax ourselves for, plus surplus from other stuff.
Correct. All right, I'll close the floor comment and open it up here.
I guess I want to just clarify, I don't know his question, but we may have older versions of these trucks. These aren't necessarily additional, Ed could probably speak to it, but these may be replacements for existing trucks that are aged and, so I don't know that.
They are, right? They are. Yes.
So we do have these trucks, it's just that they're at the end of their life cycle.
We have trucks.
Yeah, these are,
Not these trucks.
Right,
these
right.
are, these are workhorse trucks.
We don't-
These are used every day. I think
Right,
Ed could
right.
explain that. And they're 10 years old and they're beat, what, so they
Yep.
got to be replaced.
So these are new trucks,
Right.
but they are not additional trucks. Elliot, I'm sorry, but I have closed the comment from the floor, and the comment is up here
Is
for the
this the whole
voting.
Article 7, or is each individual item?
Individual items.
Okay, I've got some
That's great.
individual comments.
Great, and we'll look forward to hearing them. Okay. So I will take a motion for favorable action on line item 1, the 2 one-ton pickup trucks.
So moved.
Second?
Second?
All in favor? That is unanimous. Line item number 2, Fire Department, dry hydrant maintenance, $45,000 to be funded from free cash. Is there comment from the floor? Okay, hearing no comment from the floor, I'll bring the discussion up here. Is there any comment here? Okay. Then I will take a motion to approve item number 2, $45,000 for fire department hydrant maintenance.
So
Dry
moved.
hydrant.
Second?
All in favor? Unanimous? All right. Line item 3, transfer station fencing, $13,500 to be funded by free cash. Any comment from the floor? Okay, I will bring that up here then close that and bring it up here for a vote. Any comment on here? Questions?
Didn't we do the fencing, or is this different
This
fencing?
is new fencing. This is to prevent things that are blowing out the back.
This is side fencing instead
Side
of
fence.
front fencing.
All right. So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. Town buildings surge protection, $20,000 to be funded from free cash. Any comment from the floor? Arthur, I think you have a few words.
Good morning. My name is Arthur Fenno, Farm Road. I'm the resident and also the chairperson of the Public Safety Committee, and that's where this item originated. I don't want to slow the progress, but I did want to say that this was a priority item when it first came up in front of the Public Safety Committee. It's still a high priority item. It's received the unanimous support from all the members of the Public Safety Committee, which include all the stakeholders around town and at-large residents such as myself. And it still continues to receive unanimous support and priority from that committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Any further comments from the floor? Okay, I'll close the comment session and bring it up here for a vote. Are there any comments from advisory members? All right, then I will take a motion to approve line item number 4 of Article 7, Town Building Surge Protection, $20,000 free cash.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? All right, unanimous. And this will now be, it was previously line item 7, but 2 articles have been removed. So this is for the Sherborn School Committee, Pine Hill School Improvements, $200,500 to be funded by $198,250 in borrowing and $2,250 in repurposed, reassigned former funds.
Excuse me.
Frank? Whoa, sorry.
You mentioned 2 items have been removed. These items are on the warrant.
Okay, I was told this morning that they were gone.
They can't be removed. The selectmen voted and finalized the warrant. Those items are on the warrant.
Okay, can I address them out of order?
It's your meeting.
Okay, I will.
I just wanted to clarify so there's no confusion.
I'm glad you did, because okay, and you'll speak to that
Sure.
at the time.
Okay,
Great.
or David will.
Someone will. Thank you. Go ahead, Frank, sorry.
Okay, Frank Hess, 64 South Main Street, member of the Sherborn School Committee and the Pine Hill School Building Committee. Pine Hill School is a well-cared-for building that has been built, added onto, and renovated over the past 58 years. As with anything of this age built by man, it must constantly be renewed and updated to keep it safe, as energy efficient as possible, and suitable for the purpose for which it is being used. This request centers on building envelope needs, heating unit renewal, drainage issues, and curbing and sidewalk repair. Keisha Lifton, a member of the Pine Hill School Building Committee and the Energy Committee, working with Gino Carlucci, our town planner, along with others, is working to explore any possible grants for energy saving part of the project that we have. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank. Any further comment from the floor? Okay, I'll bring it up here then. Any comments up here? Okay, so I will take a motion to approve for Pine Hill School capital improvements, $200,500.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay. All right, now, shame on me. I'll go back to our...
I think your committee may have voted the other night to not recommend them, or you may have had some information on that. I don't know, but they're still on the warrant, these 2.
Yes, and so I'm going back there now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm bad girl. Okay. So line item number 5, that is Town Hall Public Area Carpet Replacement for $13,500. I'll ask David to deal with this.
Yeah, basically, last year we had attempted to fund the replacement of the carpet within the operations budget of town buildings, and we weren't able to do it because of some other unforeseen expenses. This year, we had it placed on the warrant as a capital item to be raised and appropriated for next year, And it looks like we think we're going to be able to pay for it out of current year funds and the current operations. So after talking with advisory and town accountant, but you would still have to,
Vote no action on it.
it would be good if you voted support of funding it out of the current year operations.
But no action here.
Right.
But, well, can we, okay, so we can actually put that in the motion then, to fund it instead out of, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
that would be.
All right, when I make the motion, that's what I'll do.
Do we have to move for them to fund it out of, for the Board of Selectmen to fund it out of their current budget?
No.
I don't think so.
Okay, then,
So, yeah,
okay, then we don't have to, we can just move no action on it.
right, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
So David, you're recommending, because this is first I'm hearing of.
okay.
And we had taken a favorable vote on this, you know, we supported doing this. All you have to do is look at the rugs here to know that it's got to be done.
Right.
So this is new information about that. We're going to be able to do it out of the budget, which we thought we were going to be able to do this current year, or last year. So
Okay,
I don't know
I
where
will-
we stand. We
Yeah.
probably want to revote that.
I will point out that we have a very healthy reserve fund should things get tough at the end of the year.
That's comforting.
Yes, we have 195 or something like that. in
For
there.
this current fiscal
For this current
year.
fiscal year. That we appropriated last year.
Yes.
And with the expectation that it will fall out, and we don't want to dip far into it, but, 13 grand is not a lot. And if, and we think we can fund it, and if we're short a few thousand, then we can get it. Because we haven't used the 60,000, we've only used 25 of the 60,000 that is typically in the reserve
Yes,
fund.
right,
So
that was
there's,
for the legal, yeah.
I feel very comfortable that you'll be able to do that.
Okay.
Elliot?
You're talking about carpeting, correct?
Correct, Elliot.
We moved into this renovated building, about 10 years ago now. And from day one, I've been complaining about the ventilators making noise in this room. We have meetings here. We have to turn the ventilators off so we can hear what's going on. And before we spend any more money for this building, either inside or outside, I'm opposed until we spend maybe $5,000 to get the ventilators quiet so we can have meetings here and not either roast in the summer or freeze in the winter. So I'm opposed to any expenditures for carpeting or outside parking improvements until we get these idiot ventilators replaced.
Thank you, Elliot. Any other comment on the carpeting? Bob?
I'm serious.
Bob Searle, 32 Old Orchard, also Capital Budget Committee. I just was going to say we voted no action on this with the understanding that it would be funded in another way.
Okay. All right. No further comment from the floor. I will bring this up here, and I will ask for a motion for no action on Article 7, line item 5, $13,500 for town hall carpet.
Just a clarification, David, is that the motion that you wanted? Because it sounded like you said we had to...
No, that'll do.
Okay, great.
Can I have that motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous? Okay, Town Hall Parking and Access Study. That is for $10,000, and if someone would like to speak to that, Mike?
I'll address that. You'll hear later a request from the library board for $1 million to go to a $7 million library project that we hope they will be able to get underway in the very near future. The likely staging area and contractor parking area and supply area and access area for that project almost necessarily needs to involve the town hall parking, police station parking, and campus and circulation area. We're already very much constrained by having only one means of egress and access since the police department requested closing the access by the police station to the public.
this has the potential of creating a much worse, more dangerous, and more complicated situation. And this board had recommended that the town appropriate, I'll further say, our understanding is that the library does not intend to make those type of parking considerations part of their planning for the library project. We may hear otherwise later, but I don't think that's the case. They're restricted to spending their money on the library itself. With meetings taking place in this building, parking is already tight. The idea would be to have an engineering firm study what could be at least a temporary solution during the pendency of the library project for circulation and parking at Town Hall. At the end of the library project, then the town can evaluate whether they want to keep those improvements permanent or not. But we need something during the library project. That's at least the judgment here.
But you are planning to fund this from current funds?
If that's the case, if David and Irene say we can, we did not expect to do that at the time. That's new
Okay.
information for us as well.
Okay. David? David and Irene?
I wasn't talking about you. No, I have no funding source for that.
I think it has to be free cash.
But-
Or it's appropriate for free cash.
I think we had talked about
Okay,
that it
so-
would be funded from free cash.
Okay, so you want to bring that back as $10,000 to be funded by free cash?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's
Someone
been
told me
in there
this
all
morning.
along. We're-
Okay, somebody told me this morning that it was done, so just my mistake.
Not done.
Okay. Okay. Richard?
Richard Robinson, 117 Mill Street. If the library project doesn't get approved at a town meeting, do you still need this parking study? And how is that working out in terms of funding, if that's the case?
I don't think we envisioned that, Richard. We're optimists about the library project, but I suppose if it didn't get approved, the need would be less pressing. I mean, ultimately, the town ought to decide what it wants to do with this town hall campus area, and there ought to be a more rational parking structure. But the purpose of this article specifically was to get through the period where the library project was underway.
Jim?
Jim Murphy, 44 Bear Hill Road. I'm one of the library trustees. You'll probably hear from us in a little while. The library's parking situation as it relates to the project is the library does have some involvement with what's going to happen on Town Hall. For example, there are at least 3 things that are considered as part of their plan, and that involves some additional parking in front of the west side of the library near the police station. It involves some cutting into the library lawn for expansion of tow-in parking along that curb as you come in the circle. And it involves some additional expansion of parking as you come in on the Town Hall main entrance and go to the right, and that will go out in a kind of a complementary semicircle involving some amount of land on the Caustic property. It's approximately a increase of about 40 spaces. That's contemplated in at least the preliminary schematics that we have that are under active consideration. We understand that there's some discussion about perhaps closing off the straightaway that comes out of the main entrance, and that might change where the green area is as you're facing Town Hall on the left-hand side of Town Hall, which may impact the cutting of the library lawn, because you could do the tow-in parking slightly differently if you close the straightaway. So we at the library want to make sure that nothing is done to slow down our project once we build the momentum that we're building. You know, as far as we know, we are well prepared to service the library. We've done a lot of surveys of parking as we've led up to this, and we believe that we're in very good shape on those things. And we just want to continue to have the benefit of the coordinated campus plus the churches that we've benefited from for a long time. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Mayor, can I respond or react to that a little bit? I think Jim in part made our point by pointing out that the library has taken care of the library's parking needs. He also described some improvements that the library would be making to Town Hall property as well as the parcel next door, which has not been authorized for any use as far as I'm aware. I think that reinforces the need for a study. The intent is not at all to slow down any momentum, but I do think there needs to be a little more coordination between parking. And the other thing Jim didn't mention was access. I think access is a potentially critical issue. They're going to be large construction vehicles. They have to go somewhere. There's going to be supplies and equipment. They have to be staged someplace. And, they may have that all figured out, but if it involves changes or use to this parking area, we really need to make sure it works for the people who work and attend meetings in this building as well as the police station, in addition to making sure the library is well taken care of.
And this is for a study. This is
a study. This is a study
approves
only.
no particular action.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Brett?
Brad Van Brunt, Chair of the Traffic Safety Committee. Just want to let you know that the matter's been discussed in 2 meetings, traffic safety, and we support the study of changing the traffic, changing the parking on the campus, at least to the extent that it doesn't get in the way of progress on the library project as a whole.
Thanks. Any further comment from the floor? Any further comment up here? Okay, I will take a motion, then...
I'll just make one comment. Capital Budget voted no action on this, and maybe Bob Searle could speak more to the information we were working on at that time and the rationale. Since he's so eloquent, I'll just stop.
Bob Searle, 32 Old Orchard. We voted no action really for 2 reasons. One, as a temporary measure, we didn't feel like it met the standards for capital, since it's supposed to have a 5-year life. So to fund it with exempt debt did not seem appropriate. Doesn't sound like we're going that direction. But our other concern was that we felt that anything that would encroach on the caustic property potentially and limit our optionality on that going forward would be a concern.
Yeah, and the intent here is to do nothing that would not be reversible. I think you heard Jim say they may have some plans for a piece of the caustic property, which probably should be discussed a little further. But that's not the purpose of this study.
Okay, any further comment up here? Okay, then I will take a motion to to recommend favorable action on, now it would be line 6 of Article 7 for a town hall parking and access study, $10,000 to be funded from free cash.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Is that unanimous? Okay. All right, Article 8. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money, and if so, what sum, for the purpose of paying the costs of various items of capital equipment and/or improvements for the Dover-Sherborn Regional School District, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, pursuant to an intergovernmental agreement with the Dover-Sherborn Regional School District and the town of Dover, to provide funding for such items, and to determine if any amount borrowed under this article shall be contingent upon the passage of a ballot question, exempting the amounts required to pay for the bonds from the provisions of Proposition 2.5, or take any other action relative thereto. Do we have someone here who wishes to speak to that? Michael?
Michael Lee, 28 Wildwood Drive, Vice Chairman of the Regional School Committee. Very briefly, the total amount of our capital project for this year that is being funded by both towns, or is our request, is $358,000. $273,000 is part of our ongoing 20-year plan for maintaining the facilities at the standards that the community is expecting, and to make sure that we keep them in good shape. We have 2 projects that have favorable payback that will reduce our water operating charges each year and our electricity usage through the installation of high-efficiency LED fixtures for the exterior lighting of the project. And we appreciate the support that both towns have continued to give us in maintaining strong facilities to support our high-quality education.
And, Michael, if you can just give me the final figure on that so I don't have to look elsewhere.
The final
for it.
figure for the assessment of the town is $163,069, which incorporates both the ongoing facilities replacement and maintenance, as well as those two projects that have favorable payback of 2 to 4 years for reducing our operating costs.
Michael, if, you might not know this, but if this amount was bonded, what term would it have? Do you know the sort of a weighted average life expectancy?
You caught me with not a calculation at hand.
All right. But it'd be more than 5 years, you think, or?
I just have not studied up on that.
The town accountant
some of it
nods
is painting of walls and ceilings in areas that require staging, and so it's beyond the skill set of our staff that does painting during the summer, custodial staff. Some of it is upgrades to refinishing of things in the gym. The well and the LED projects, I'm not sure what those, my guess would be 10-year projects.
That's fine, thanks.
Do you want us to make that determination and do the follow-up?
No, this is in anticipation of a motion to fund this with free cash rather than debt, and I just wanted to point out that that's unusual to fund something of such long life out of free cash. But that's not the school committee's problem. So.
No, but if I had known, we would have come equipped with that question.
Well, Ben, would you like to speak to, we have that on our list.
Yes.
As free cash, and you're now saying you're uncomfortable with that?
No,
Oh,
not at
no,
all.
okay, okay.
I'm pointing out that it's unusual in case somebody wants to start an argument. So.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks so much. Okay.
Inviting an argument.
Yeah, well,
Well, I grew up in the South where it was said that people intentionally misunderstand each other just so they'll have something to talk about. So.
well, you're in New England now, Ben. Okay. So, if there's no further comment up here, I will take a motion for favorable action on Article 8 for the Dover-Sherborn Regional Capital Projects of $163,000. Boy, yeah, I found that out of my wallet. $163,069 to be funded through free cash.
So moved.
Second? All in favor? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay. Article 9, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money, and if so, what sum, to be used to update the town's existing geodatabase or take any other action relative thereto. I saw Ken McDonough
Geodatabase presentation?
here before.
Yeah, I have one right here, thank you.
I'm good.
I'll take one.
Tom?
Tom Urmston, 79 Hollis Street. I have the pleasure of sitting next, or some minutes ago, to Ken McDonough. He said if there's a question about this item, the only point I needed to make was that this expense of $10,000 for the system is a one-time expense and not an annual item. So there's a rationale for it not being in the budget.
Okay, this is for those who don't actually know what it's about. It's to update the maps that are used by the assessors, and we had fallen behind in updating those on a yearly basis, partly because it is very expensive to do it every year because you pay a fee for doing 1 or 10, and you just pay that big fee regardless. And so what the assessors have tried to do is sort of group some together over a number of years, and then they appropriate that. We also changed vendors, and that also triggered an additional expense. And so those two things together provide the one-time shot on this. So if there's no more comment from, yep.
Do I understand that this is necessary to comply with the, with?
Oh, absolutely, it is, yes. These are mandated. So. Okay, I will take then a motion to approve in the amount of $10,000 a favorable action vote on Article 9.
So moved.
Second? All in favor? Unanimous?
Will you be breaking between library and Article 11?
Depends how long you are. I don't want to break before 12.
We
so-
need to, we need to,
No, it's not 12 yet.
we need to notify some of the Woodland Street residents
I would hate
that,
to judge.
I'm sorry?
we need to notify some of the Woodland Street residents that wanted to sit in.
Well,
break between this
I
one
mean, I know, yeah, I know what he's saying. But if we, if we finish, there's nothing, okay, fine. All right, Article 10, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds or borrow pursuant to an applicable statute a sum of money, and if so, what sum, to fund the construction, renovation, and expansion of the Sherborn Public Library building, including demolition, improvements to the fire suppression, public safety and security, electrical, structural, technological, and HVAC systems, capital repairs to the existing structure, expansion of the building to accommodate an elevator, a separate child-safe children's room and public meeting space, site improvements, and any design, architectural, engineering, professional, and legal costs associated with this project, to fund temporary library operational space, storage and moving expenses, furnishings and equipment, and to fund the payment of all other costs incidental or related thereto, to authorize the Board of Library Trustees to apply for and accept and expend any grants or loans available for the project, including any grant from the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners, and to authorize the Board of Library Trustees to accept and expend private funds and town appropriations available for the project, and to determine if any amounts borrowed under this article shall be contingent on the passage of a ballot question exempting the amounts required to pay for the bonds from the provisions of Proposition 2.5, or take any action relative thereto. Presentation by the library? Yeah, yeah. Okay, even before the presentation, Jeff Rudin would like to make a statement.
I'm just going to recuse myself from discussion here since I have committed to a modest pledge to this program, and since I've already essentially supported it, I don't think it's appropriate for me to consider it on behalf of the town.
Okay, presentation?
Okay. Thank you. I'm Stacy Brandon. I'm the chair of the Library Trustees. I'm sitting here with Jim Murphy, whom you've already heard from, who is the head of our Finance Committee, and Elizabeth Johnston, who is our Library Director, for those of you who don't know, who I can't imagine there's anyone in town that doesn't know who Elizabeth is. I'm going to keep this very short. I only have 2 slides that are not renderings, you will be surprised to know, since I do tend to ramble on. As you may or may not be aware, the library was gifted to the town in 1970, the existing library that we have today, by the Saltonstall family, and it replaced the Dowse Memorial Library, the former Peace Abbey building in the Abbey Road project now. So I'm just throwing a little bit of history in for people who may be new to town and might not know this. All right, the library project. The building itself is 45 years old this year, with no significant code or system improvements having been done since it was built. The project, very briefly, addresses 3 critical areas: improved space, a new children's area, a dedicated young adult study space, improved and quieter adult reading areas, a new community hall and art gallery, conference room, and a terraced outdoor garden area. I'm not going to go into any of the details on any of this. I'll wait for questions. But code compliance, the building and the site will meet ADA standards as well as all other safety and building codes and be accessible to all. And updated systems, all mechanical, electrical, fire, and emergency systems, which are now obsolete and do not meet current codes, will be updated. The Sherborn Library is the only municipal building in town that's not been renovated or brought up to code. So, this project makes very good sense for Sherborn. This is an example, as we've talked about many times, of a public-private partnership. We have spent the last 2 years raising money for this project privately. The cost of the project is anticipated to be, and this is rounded, $7.5 million. It will be met through a combination of the MBLC construction grant of roughly, well, rounded again, $3.6 million. And that we went for that grant. It was awarded to us, and the monies will be released this summer, most likely in July. So you will see from the handout that I've left out and that I've passed around to people, which has more information than what I'm going to talk about up here, to show you a timeline to let you know, but we are going in advance of the award of the money so that we will be ready to hit the ground running when that money is released to the town. So, and if we don't accept it now, we have to wait a whole nother year or have a special meeting, and it just slows everything down and makes things more expensive. So that is what the MBLC has suggested, as well as our representatives have talked to us about doing. So we've raised private gifts enough to cover the difference, and we are asking for the town for $1 million for a brand-new library. It's less than 15% of the estimated total project of the cost, and as has been pointed out to me, this should have been the projected, what we have had previously as the projected capital budget space saver was $2.5 million. So we've come to the town for $1 million, which is a whole lot less. The reason, and also understand that many of our donors have said that they will not donate unless the town has some, quote, skin in the game. So we felt that this was a reasonable number to come to the town and the taxpayers, all of us on the board being taxpayers. But also something to know is that the current estimates to bring the existing building up to code right now, not just ADA, but fire, earthquake, if you can imagine, and all the other safety codes, is estimated to be roughly, well, a couple years ago was estimated to be $3 million, and that would give us less space than we have now. So we've been grandfathered in on all of these things because we have been working toward this project for the last 10 years. And that's kind of where we are with this. So I just wanted, that's pretty much what I wanted to say to you, except that we have done this all with no cost to the town so far. Everything, all the preliminary studies were done with private funds and grants that our library director so wonderfully got for us. And this is besides the bathroom and doors that were done 2 years ago, which have allowed us to have better access for the building while we were waiting to get the money from the state. We haven't really come to the town, you know, it hasn't cost the town anything to get to this point. The bathroom and the doors will stay. That work has been done already and will be subsumed into the project and either bring, well, I don't want to say bring the cost down because that never happens, but subsumed into it and be part of what's already there. It doesn't have to be redone. So just to let everybody know, there are project FAQs, a timeline, which I added to the handout today. Renderings, I have brought large examples of the renderings, which are up on the windowsills over there for people to look at. We will have them up in the library. We have had renderings up in the library. All of the plans, all kinds of information have been on the library site and will continue to be updated and be on the library site. If you go to the library website homepage and look on the right-hand side, there's a section there about the renovation. We are still accepting donations, but that's what I wanted to say, and we're happy here to answer any questions that we are able to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stacy. I have a question, actually, and I guess I have this information here, but I'd like to get it out on broadcast to people. Well, broadly, what is the timeline? The funds will be released this summer, and when will groundbreaking take place, and when do you think the last piece of brick and mortar will be put in there?
Yeah, we anticipate that we should get, in July or August, we anticipate the funding from the MBLC, and we have been told that after we get the vote from town, if we're lucky enough to get voted yes, we can start, because we have raised sufficient funds, we can start to get the hiring process in terms of project manager underway, concurrent with all of the paperwork going on. So because there is a timeline, we've tried to be as efficient as possible about this. There's a timeline with getting the paperwork through the state and then getting your first payment. So we should get an announcement in July-ish. That's when it's historically come out, and that's when we met with the Library Board, Elizabeth and I met with the Library Board of Commissioners and Representative Linsky, and they said, you know, that's when they anticipated that it would happen. So then we start going through all the contracting and hiring and everything else, and we anticipate construction bids to be awarded in June of 2016. We are now, where we are in this project, just so that everyone is clear, we are through preliminary schematic design, and that's why over the years, when you've listened to the Elizabeth and Stacy show, where we've talked about these are not the final drawings, these are not the final plans. They are pretty close, but in terms of details are not finished. So where we will be going from this point is real tricky, you know, final schematic design, and then on to and that's the point where design development, where we will work with all the necessary parties in town, planning board and everybody else that we have to work with in order to get this project to be the right project for Sherborn. And then construction documents, and then we go out to bid. We anticipate the construction bids to go out a year from this May. And then, barring any, oh, I don't have the other side of it. Oh, right, April of 2017, so a year later, we hope to have the library open with all new space, and which is hard to imagine it's actually going to happen, but it's just been so long. So that's the answer, and all of that is up on the library website if anyone has any questions, and you all have all of our emails.
Okay. I just wanted to get, for people who might watch, thousands of them.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Comments from the floor?
It all sounds really exciting, and I'd look forward to seeing this happen. I'm just kind of curious, what impact will this have on our tax rate or taxability, and when would that likely kick in? And judging by last year's warrant items, like on the fire engine, it looked like we're going to be hit with another $100 a year for a while, starting sometime in the near future. The question is, what would be the impact on our tax bite now, and when would that tax bite start to kick in?
Okay, I think Ben can answer that question. Or maybe someone else, maybe Jim can, I don't know, but I think Ben can.
Well, if Ben has more updated stuff, we had stuff from Pete Hoagland. He gave us estimates. His estimates were based on a 20-year bond in which there would be a 5% interest rate. He said that was a conservative approach that had been used for a number of years in estimating the costs. At the time, we asked him what it was on the basis of $2.5 million as opposed to what we're asking for now at $1 million.
Why don't I just give you the current number? It looks like the increase in the tax rate would be just shy of 9 cents in the in the mill rate, in the dollars per $1,000 of valuation. So on the average single-family home in town, that would be about $64, $65.
Robert?
Robert Johnson, 272 Western Avenue. During construction, will the library still be open? And if not, for how long might it be somewhere else? And where might that somewhere else be?
Yes, the library will be open, but will not be open in its current location. I think we've pretty much decided that it will be faster, more efficient, less money to have everybody out of the building, especially having lived through just the bathroom renovation. It's an open plan building and hard to escape. We are now looking at options for relocation and in discussion with hoping to have a place to go. So that's the answer to that question is, but yes, we will be open, we'll be limited, but we will still, in terms of, the stacks and everything else that's there, but we will be open, we will provide all the same services, and we're trying very hard to keep the programs that we currently have, the adult programs and especially the children's programs, still going and available. We need to keep people involved with the library. Library usage is up over the last few years. And so we're hoping, part of that's all built into the plans and the time. So we're in negotiation now with that, hopefully.
And also with Minuteman, with our membership now in Minuteman.
Yes.
Of course, it's not just like coming to Sherborn, but we can take books out of all the Minuteman libraries.
Right, and by the way, that was paid for, the ability to join that, which was $50,000 upfront cost and then $25,000 a year. That upfront cost was paid for by the Friends of the Library. The town did not pay for that, so just putting a plug in for the Friends.
Okay. Paul?
Well, first, the Board of Selectmen had voted unanimously to support this, but I wanted to speak just to remind people that after you all make your decisions, the Board of Selectmen is going to be deciding on ballot questions, and this question calls for a debt exclusion. So the Board of Selectmen is planning to, but we haven't taken a vote on it, to put a debt exclusion on for the annual town election. So when you go to vote in May, this question will be one of the ballot questions that will be on there. And if it passes, then it's immediately effective.
Okay. Thank you. Peter?
Yeah, and so the way I really looked at it when we took our vote was what I heard Stacy say. In order for the library to continue as we know it, it's going to cost $3 million just to get code compliant of the various codes. So here we're going to get an essentially new library for $1 million. That's a no-brainer. I will want to know more about the use of the caustic property, but that's for another day.
Please, not today. Okay. Any further questions there? Okay, I'll bring it up here. Any questions here? All righty, then. I will take a motion for favorable action on Article 10. Second?
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous? Okay. All right, it is now 10
Thank you, everyone, for your support.
Thank you. Okay, so it is now 12:10. I believe the hosts with the most, the Board of Selectmen, have brought us some lunch, so...
Where's my apron?
It's here. Okay, so it's 10 after 12 now. Everybody back here at 12:30, please. Thank you very much. And welcome back. Moving on to Article 11, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money, and if so, what sum, for engineering and construction of the intersection of Woodland Street and Goulding Street West, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire by gift, purchase, or eminent domain, and to accept the deeds to the town of permanent easements for public way, drainage, and/or other easements and temporary construction easements for the purpose of installing, constructing, maintaining, replacing, and repairing public ways over all or a portion of a parcel of land located at the corner of Woodland Street and Goulding Street West, Assessors Map 12, Parcel 70E, upon such terms and conditions as the Board of Selectmen shall determine to be appropriate, and authorize the Board of Selectmen and town officers to take all related actions necessary, or appropriate to carry out this article, and further to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow a sum of money for the purposes of this article, including any related expenses, or take any other action relative thereto. And this is for $95,000 to be funded by borrowing to reconstruct the intersection of Goulding Street West and Woodland Street. Okay, and let's not decide that now, okay. We may fund this through free cash or not, if it passes. So, is there someone here to make a presentation on Article 11? Okay.
Presentation, we use the lowercase p.
Trust me, we're good with that.
Good. 'Cause I'm really not prepared to make a presentation, nor am I a traffic engineer. But they are, and we paid for them. So, the backstory on this intersection and Woodland Street in general is, I'm probably qualified to say that, having been on the Traffic Safety Committee for 21 years, and I would estimate that something having to do with Woodland Street, usually right around here, coming from these residents, has been on our agenda 8 months of every year for 21 years. You agree? Sean? Well, you're kind of a newbie.
21 years is only the start. You have to be 42 before it really counts.
Oh, I see.
We do things gradually in Sherborn.
Indeed. Yes, and we do, and we do. And when the Traffic Safety Committee looks at a situation like this, where many residents for many years have come before us and voiced their concerns, we always try and start with something temporary, if it's lawful, and if it's within code. If it's not within code, it's our belief that precedent shouldn't be set by trying something temporary that isn't part of the MUTCD code. So.
And this
It's
intersection is out of code, is what you're saying?
No. That's the reason why we advocated for the appropriation of funds that were voted on and passed at annual meeting, town meeting last year, to do these studies on these two intersections on Woodland, was so that we could know what code is and that we could have the experts come up with a solution or set of solutions that we could choose from, and with their help, to properly address the traffic situation on Woodland. Now,
Okay, so is this currently the current situation is out of code or not?
no, the current situation is within code.
Okay.
What I'm speaking about is the installation of stop signs.
Okay.
I don't want to go off on that. I just want everyone to know that we have addressed the obvious. The obvious is to put a stop sign in on Woodland Street and stop the traffic. The problem with that is that according to the MUTCD code, according to the engineers, stop signs are only to be used to prevent side collisions at intersections. They're not to be used to mitigate speed, because once you open that can of worms, you've set precedent, and now people are plugging stop signs in everywhere. So it's for that reason that we did not advocate the simple installation of a stop sign as we did on the Mill Street Woodland intersection.
Okay, I thought you didn't advocate for it there either. I thought someone prevailed and got them put in, but as a stopgap. But go ahead, that's okay.
Well, the point is we start small and inexpensive if we possibly can. This is the culmination of really two different engineering studies, this being the latest. And in our view, the best solution to mitigate a problem that has been going on for a long time, and probably always will, because this area of town has been and probably always will be populated by young families with kids. So what you're looking at is a funnel,
on a
And,
hill.
yeah, actually, if you can explain this, that would be helpful.
And while you're explaining it, bear in mind that the men and women at home, actually, this is really faded out. They may not be able to see the details, so try to be as explicative as you can as to what the changes to the road are going to be, so they can follow along.
That's all right. I'm going to let this because I want
You've
to.
got a grade here. You're coming east on Woodland from there's Deerfield and Mill Street for the intersection, further up the hill. As you come down this hill, the road narrows, starting right about here. Correct me if I'm wrong. Starting right about here, and your residents, please, type up. And as traffic hits right about here, it increases in speed, the road narrows, and all of these residents, most of these residents, are residents with young families, with kids, getting on school buses. This is a particularly bad sight line. So when school buses stop to pick up kids, in some cases, parents have always had to get out in the middle of the road, make sure nobody's flying down the road, because that's how fast traffic moves. Right. So by necking this down and making a right-hand turn, 90-degree turn, off of Woodland onto Woodland, so to speak, you will lawfully and within code stop traffic and prevent the problem. The sight lines are improved, and it basically hits every one of them.
Where is the school bus going to stop after this?
I'm going to need a resident to tell me.
So where that left turn or the right turn, is there going to be a stop sign coming down Woodland to stop there?
So what you're saying is people traveling on Woodland going eastbound, when they reach where it meets Goulding's Street West and Woodland, are going to have a stop sign. The people that are coming up Woodland from Route 27 are going to basically meet a T, and they will have a stop sign. But the folks that are traveling on Goulden Street west, going in a westbound direction, will still not have a stop sign and essentially be going straight around that curve.
There'll be two stops.
This way?
Yes.
Stop sign.
Yes.
Yeah, they won't have stop sign there.
Right.
No, they don't have stop. These people don't have stop sign.
Right.
This is where the traffic is.
If I could just add that the stop signs are an experiment that we're doing. It may well be that we'll end up with 3, but right now we voted for 2. One eastbound and on the T coming up from Woodland.
Well, actually, we voted to add one. There's one currently there, and we voted to add another one.
Right.
There is one there already.
There's one coming up Woodland for a left turn or a right turn, I guess, for that matter, onto Goulding now, okay? There are other stop signs that were set up for the Goulding Mill. Different intersection entirely, okay? And you're going to add a eastbound stop sign to the top of Woodland, where it meets Goulding West. And where exactly is that stop sign going to be?
This is the land taking that's mentioned in
Besides the taking, is that going to be built out as an island?
It's not an island. It's just, it will be...
Similar to the other end.
This is the current, and this is the proposed.
So instead of a straight shot,
We authorized a stop sign, we voted at the recent meeting.
Oh, okay.
A stop sign right now before making any changes to this intersection.
Okay.
To see what result can come of that.
All right.
I don't know, David may know better where exactly that's likely to go once you have your...
Okay. And it's
Where would it go at the start? The existing
Over from the house.
So further,
So you're making a bona fide right-hand turn on Woodland Street where it meets Goulding's West to continue on Woodland Street, where people now just go straight and unfortunately high rates of speed into the residential area.
Right.
Yeah.
With all due respect to the Board of Selectmen, traffic safety does disagree with the implementation of this stop sign because it is used principally to mitigate traffic speed. And we're concerned about the precedent that it might start with other folks in town that feel that stop
To
signs.
answer that, if I could,
Sure.
we wanted to do something immediately. We had heard enough from the residents that there was an immediate need, and we knew, in all due respect to your process and town meeting and laws and so on, it would be a while before we could do the intersection improvement, and it didn't seem safe to do nothing until we had gone through this entire process. So we want, and what we could do, because it was inexpensive and we had it within the budget, was to provide a quick Band-Aid there to provide immediate safety with the understanding that when the full intersection piece gets done, this would fit in better. But right now, just to leave that slingshot high-speed lane without any mitigation just doesn't seem fair to the residents.
So the stop sign that's eventually going to be there is there now? Or has been authorized to be put there? Okay.
It's authorized a little further back up the road, but yes.
There's a
And
snow
it will
back
be
there.
moved then, is that correct?
I assume it's going to be moved out of the way, two stops.
Yeah, okay, right. No, but I mean, yeah, okay.
Where does the, in this engineering plan, does the island disappear?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's just, it's a regular T.
This would have happened probably long ago, except for the utility pole that conducts several different directions of lines. And, it's an expensive pole to move and complicated. It'll probably go over here, I guess. It's just, right now, it's in a really difficult place when you figure out all the traffic flow. So that's the one thing there were two things. One was a tree, that's gone now.
If I could add to that, we're also trying to straighten out a property issue where the current roadway and the current intersection is actually on private property.
Yes.
And it's encroaching. And so this intersection improvement, in addition to addressing traffic issues, actually reduces the encroachment, and the property owner has agreed that if we reduce the encroachment, they will give us the paperwork for an easement that would regularize this intersection. If we don't do this intersection, then we are continuing to occupy private property, which is not something that the Board of Selectmen likes to see in a town. We shouldn't be encroaching on anybody's private property if we can avoid it.
Is there exposure for the town?
Well, that's a complicated legal question, but if I put my legal hat on, I could say that we probably have acquired the property by adverse possession and continuous use for more than 20 years. But we don't want to have a lawsuit with the property owner, and the property owner needs the property for the area of their lot. We don't want to render them non-conforming or a zoning violation. So it's just a much needed cleanup of some legal irregularities here, in addition to the safety concerns. And I'm not in any way downplaying the safety concerns, but it also straightens out these property issues.
So then they'll grant an easement, is
Yes.
that it?
Yes.
Okay. And what,
If I may, Brendan Daly sent.
Yeah, he gave us a,
Yeah,
Brendan Daly is the property owner, correct?
That's correct.
Right. Brendan Daly wrote everybody this email,
Right.
which I don't know if we want to take everyone's time to read, but in essence, pretty well spells out what's happening.
I asked that question so the people on watching this will hear it. I know I got the email, I just want the public to hear the, but you don't need to read the email, that's fine. I'm interested in what the material substance will be of that sort of rounded triangle. Will that be grass or will that be pavement? Yeah. Yeah.
I believe it's grass.
Probably grass.
And it won't be touched, is what you're saying? It will. It's that's what I thought, right. So that's what I'm asking. What is it going to be? What's the plan?
The plan
It says
for this area
Yeah.
right here,
Grass.
grass.
Okay, that's all I'm asking.
Is that 95,000 firm, or do you anticipate it to be more or less, or what are you thinking about?
It says plus or minus 10, at 10%.
It doesn't say that.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was a different communication. That was an informal. It doesn't say that.
It doesn't have a number.
It's,
The number will be in the motion at town meeting.
exactly. The utility, whatever they're called these days.
Eversource.
Thank you. Won't render a quote unless you pay them.
Okay.
So, they're not interested in paying them. But we've got a pretty good, Ed, you're pretty confident that the $18,000 figure is
I believe it was about 45,000 was from the engineer for materials. We were looking at approximately 15 to 20,000 for the utility company to do the move. They will not render us a firm quote until we give them a deposit of 3,000. I didn't obviously want to do that. So when you added everything up, I think I've got an extra 2,000 in the quote to take care of the surveying work that needs to be done, and there's a slight contingency in there. Anything over and above that, we should be able to make up either through Chapter 90 or the CMD budget.
And that total is?
95.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
I'd just like to wrap up.
Yes,
and
please
yield
do.
To some of the residents of Woodland by saying that, reiterating that this is a problem that has been always present, and we have addressed it in pieces, and all of those pieces seem to be culminating to what we hope to be a solution to rectify this problem. This is an excellent way to rectify the problem and do it right. And it's going to cost some money, but we can find some of that money. And I think I'd probably ask the Board of Selectmen if they can figure out how that's going to happen. That's way above my pay grade, but this has to get done at some point. We're just going to be back here next year if it doesn't. So there are the Traffic Safety Committee believes that there are 3 or 4 very important areas that need to be addressed, and we would like to address them over the next 3 or 4 or 5 years. So we'd like to get this out of the way so that we can move on to the others. And the reason we're here is because of the residents, because the residents see this clear and present danger.
Okay. All right, so, Board of Selectmen, I believe you're addressing it by asking the town to fund it through taxes, correct?
No,
No?
we're divided on this, but
Okay.
I'd say my 2 cents is that this can be done with Chapter 90 funds, and we just received a supplemental $138,000 that was released in January to the town. It could all be paid for out of that. But in addition to that, we have some ADESA money that we had appropriated for some intersections in Western Avenue that weren't spent. And so we were looking at transferring some of the ADESA money already received to, which I think is in the neighbor of 45,000 that hasn't been spent yet, to take 45,000 of that.
I think that may be incorrect. But go ahead and finish, and then we can have Irene.
Where I was at on this is we take the unspent money that had already been appropriated for intersection improvements on Western Avenue, which we decided not to go forward with.
Right.
Transfer that from that to this, and then whatever balance where I come from is to take it out of Chapter 90 rather than go to the taxpayers on. But the board hasn't taken a clear position on that. We haven't, I don't believe, taken a vote on that. So we all have different views about where the money should come from, but I don't think anybody on the board is talking about taxing the public for this.
Okay, because
Can you address the amount?
it's $95,000, so maybe if Irene can, I thought we were using some Odessa money later on here.
With Odessa funds, they close out to free cash every year.
Right.
And in the old Western Ave article, for $45,000, we actually reappropriated that in Article 7 to use for CM&D trucks.
Right.
So that's why that funding isn't there.
And so that was a decision made by the finance team, not by the Board of Selectmen.
Right, that's fine, though, but if it's not there, it's not there.
So potential funding sources are through $95,000 of free cash, and then also it could be subject to borrowing. It wouldn't be a Proposition 2.5 override. It would be in our regular general revenues of the town budget and debt. We do have an appropriation in that budget to allow us to issue short-term notes if that's what town meeting would like and what advisory would like to go forward with. So those are a few of the options.
What about the chapter?
Chapter 90 as well.
Yeah, but, so from my perspective, I think it's important to put this in front of the voters, which if you use Chapter 90, you may not, except I guess we have to because of this easement issue anyway, so the conversation will go in front of the voters. And
Well,
that's
'cause it's in
important.
the warrant, if
And
nothing
it's in the
else.
warrant, and that's important to me, because I struggle with this. I fully respect, it's great to hear Brad talking about, there's 3 or 4 intersections that really need to be addressed in town. This is certainly high on their hit list. This is one that they think, can be done. It isn't necessarily the top of their hit list, but the ones at the very top are very expensive, so this is something that can be achieved. But what I struggle with is, unlike perhaps the members here on the board, I've studied, I'm only as good as what I can learn from people who tell me stuff as well as what I can learn by studying. So I study traffic data for years past, and, this doesn't strike me as a high priority in terms of historical difficulties, except for an instance or otherwise. So I understand that. I don't live on the street, and I fully respect the concerns of the residents. I could argue that there are many residents living on streets who have similar-minded concerns, maybe different intersections. I'm looking forward to seeing what this stop sign that we've authorized does in terms of the impact of mitigating some of the safety concerns folks have. I have a CM&D director that says he doesn't think this is necessarily necessary to be done, at least from what he shared with me. I don't mean to put him on the spot, but I'm just, again, going with what, I'm only as good as what information I can get. I have some confusion in terms of this design being the small T design from the engineers versus the wide T design, which was based upon how our fire trucks are turned based on the information provided by the town to the engineers. And I have having seen that we had issues with turning radius of our fire trucks on the western Whitney intersection design that failed, so I have some confusion that remains.
And no one, now we voted the new truck last year, and I know there was some talk associated with that of, turning radiuses and so forth. We do or do not know whether the new truck will make
I would
that
ask
turn.
Sean, but what I heard at the hearing that we had on this article was that the information supplied to the engineers resulted in a large intersection, and the engineers themselves took another look at it, knowing what the turning radius is for our fire truck actually, and they determined that this was sufficient. So
Okay.
I agree with you, that's an important consideration, whether it's
Because you
sufficient or not.
don't want to
I
do
have-
something that saves people on a
Right.
school bus and lets their houses burn down.
I mean, Sean, do I have that correct in terms of the turning radiuses?
Yeah, and the turning radius of the new truck is better than the one we have.
Okay, so Sean is saying the turning radius on the new truck is even better than the existing ones, and that this does fit those trucks.
And the length and everything is okay.
Yeah, I'm still confused on that based on even our hearing that we had, so.
Okay, well, I mean, that's fine. I'm in favor of this project also. I'm in favor of funding it however we need to fund it. If it comes out of free cash, fine. I think we could probably try some more creative ways to try to fund at least part of this, and Chapter 90 may be part of that solution as well. And this Odessa funding, I think we ought to look more carefully at what we can transfer that Whitney intersection to, because I believe it had to do with traffic safety improvements and not with paying for trucks. That's it. I think the residents put a compelling case together. I experience that intersection every day. It's a dangerous intersection. Cars go way too fast down Woodland, and they go around that corner, and people come up and stop at that stop sign, and they don't always really stop at that stop sign, and there's a lot of issues there. This looks like a reasonable solution.
So although heading west on, or north, or whatever it is, on Woodland, it's going to be the same stop sign that's there now.
Yeah, and that's not really a problematic turn. That's a pretty smooth turn with pretty good sight lines, and once that intersection is regulated, the sight lines will be even better. Once the tree's removed, that's the real problem now, is the tree.
All right.
The pole.
Other comments from the floor?
Hi, my name is Ryan Debin, and I'd like to just first address something that Paul had mentioned about the taking of land through adverse possession. Brendan Daly, whose land that the town currently encroaches on, has stated, and he is an attorney, and he has stated that that towns cannot take through adverse possession but through eminent domain. So there would have to be an eminent domain taking and payment in kind for such. So to address your concern, is there a liability? Potentially, and Brendan is an attorney, so just wanted to make that clear to people.
So I had understood that Brendan said he was granting us an easement.
He would be willing to grant an easement.
Okay, so that, what you just said really doesn't have any bearing?
If we don't do it, right?
What's that?
It does if we don't do it. If we decide not to do it.
If we don't do the project, he doesn't need to grant us the easement, is that what you're saying?
But there's also an encroachment issue.
We have to do something.
You can sell it to us for $1.
He also has the benefit of having frontage on a road. I'm not sure there's any value in the encroachment.
Okay. So the other thing I'd like to just say, and I have here pictures to show people what it's like in the morning for the children getting on the school bus. So if I could just bring it to Jeff. So I have two pictures there. The first one shows a before the school bus gets there, and you'll see a little red dot, and that is the school bus that's picking children up. And this is my youngest of four sons, Clark, who's fallen asleep in my hands here. And there are three others right there that they're all mine. There are 6 children under the age of 9 that live within 3 houses of this intersection. So I've been going to these meetings at Traffic and Safety for as long as we've lived in Sherborn, and I know people have been discussing this intersection for a long period before that. And I ask if there's an ability to do it, and if the time is ever going to be done, it should be done now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? On the floor?
Hi, Susan Tyler. I'm also a member of the Traffic Safety Committee, and I believe I've been on traffic safety for about 9-10 years now, and we've been discussing this over and over. And the plan that was presented that was shown up there is by an engineering firm, and they suggested the T intersection, not a Band-Aid of one stop sign. And the stop sign alone will have no effect on the sight lines. The design of the intersection, by teeing it off, will increase the sight lines around that blind corner, and that's part of the, so this isn't just to slow traffic. This is to help people see what's around the corners, and that around the corners are school buses and children. Thank you.
Elliot Taylor, 30 North Main Street. I've said this is the first that I've seen of this new diagram of this intersection with the T intersection, and I am 100% in favor of the T intersection. I've also said for many years it should be a 3-way stop, and I'll say that again. T intersection, 3-way stop. As you come up Woodland, you've got quite a grade to pull up, and school buses and oil delivery trucks and a lot of other heavy trucks coming up have to just creep out after they get the right of way to come out, And I say the traffic on Golding should stop and yield to the ones who have the right-of-way at the three-way stop.
Thank you, Elliot.
Bob Searle, 32 Old Orchard, and on capital budget. Capital budget voted to recommend no action on this item, and there were really two reasons for that. One is the data that Mr. Caruso already alluded to. Just in looking at the intersections, we do try to take a data-driven approach to safety issues. We think that's important. And then secondly, we thought that it would be, if this intersection did need to be addressed, we thought it was useful to try some sort of interim solution rather than jumping to the $95,000 solution.
Carol?
Carol Marple, Stony Brook. I live on Stony Brook, so I use this intersection all the time. And until Sue spoke, I was going to speak to the fact that when you are coming from the left of that diagram, going down Woodland toward 27, I tried this the other day. Even if you come to a full stop and take your foot off the brake and just let your car coast, you can make it all the way to the stop sign at 27 without hitting the gas at all. That's how much speed your car picks up going down that hill on that little narrow, windy road. Coming the other way where you have no sight lines, I can't tell you how often I've met a truck coming barreling straight down the middle of the road, or going on Woodland when you're trying to, or on Goulding when you're trying to creep out and see who's coming, and somebody just comes whoosh around the corner. So please implement this before we have a real tragedy there.
Thank you, Carol.
There was the real tragedy.
It was,
a fatality.
Hi, Mark Brandon, Deerfield Road. I live around the corner from this, and I think it's a really good solution, what they've come up with, and this is certainly an imperfect corner. But we have a lot of imperfect corners in town, and when I was at that table, I think we've faced another one of these things, and we got a list of all the intersections in town from the chief of police with the number of accidents and so on and so forth. And I don't know how highly this one rates, and maybe somebody does.
I do. It doesn't rate in the top 7. I had that data as well.
And so I'm a little bit with Bob that I think we ought to be doing this on a more data-driven basis and making these decisions about where we're going to spend our money. And then I guess my other question would be is, how are we going to know if we got an improvement? Are we doing any kind of measurement on speeds before and after, or so on?
I asked the police chief for data on this, and also on the intersection that was implemented last year, the Goulding Mill, Woodland, you know the other one, okay? So I asked him not only for accident information, but also for citation information, and it was actually interesting to me that the number of citations issued over 10 years was approximately equal to the number of citations they have issued since they put the stop signs in on the other intersection. And so, you know, to address your interest, you know, I think that the police, once, if stop signs go in there and they know that there's an attempt, they go up there and they enforce. And, you know, because otherwise, you know, they're putting their resources where they think the largest need is. And so if they've identified the top neediest intersections in town, presumably that's where they've been focusing their interest. And then these new stop signs were added at the other intersection last year, and then they started, I guess, enforcing there, because that's what you would do, or at least that's what I would do. And they came up with a lot of violations there. And so presumably stop sign here is going to make them enforce more, and maybe that's enough, you know, better enforcement. Sean?
I got to speak to data again. Engineers like to use one term, junk in, junk out.
Yep.
When they give you the data, those are just reportable accidents. They could be a fender bender. They could have $500 worth of damage, anything.
Most of them are, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the data's not really very good. But the data point you don't have is how many children have gotten hit getting on a school bus.
How many have there been?
None.
Here's,
Accidents were caused by drunk drivers.
you want to go? Yeah.
All right, yeah. Any further comment from the floor?
Mary.
Okay. And, Mark?
If I
yeah.
could, and this came out at the meeting before, and I think just to clarify, if Sean wasn't clear, I think he is very much in favor of this project, and his point about the
Right.
the
I know,
school
I know.
bus, the school bus was that we don't want to have the first.
No, I understand.
And to your point about data, we have a lot of roads that are far busier than this in town,
Right.
and so you would naturally expect the accidents to be higher. That doesn't mean the rate of accidents is higher. Similarly with enforcement, and it may be an absolute different, it may not be. I'm sure they aren't setting traps at this intersection the way they were at the 3 stop sign intersection they created, because for the first several months they were out there almost every day
Right,
trying
well,
to make
that's
sure
what I'm saying. I mean,
people
it
stop.
would be good if they got out there every day.
It
It
would,
was-
but even with that stop sign, I think what the engineers have said is that doesn't solve this problem. It may be a Band-Aid in the interim, but it doesn't solve the problem. The other thing we don't have is, we don't have a neighborhood of people with children showing up religiously at the public safety meetings, the Board of Selectmen's meetings, the advisory meetings, to say that their intersection is problematic, except here. So when you talk about devoting money to an intersection, there's a reason to do it here, even if your data points you in another direction. It's because the citizens of the town who are the most affected have complained about it.
Can I add something to
Sure.
We've developed on the state level a concept of shovel-ready.
Mhm.
That is that there are a lot of projects that need to be done statewide. There's an infinite list, and they all have more accidents, less accidents, and whatever else. But when you have a project that's ready to go, you actually want to choose that in order to get that done and get it off your list. Because if you hold that project, it will not be shovel-ready in 5 or 6 years from now, because then the data will change, different things will happen. And so applying that principle here, you have a project that's ready to go. The engineering has been spent and done. The designs are ready to go. The consent of the property owner is here now today. We're ready to do this. It is shovel-ready. Let's get it done.
And a very wise person earlier, in talking about a different issue, talked about the will of town meeting in terms of whether something changed or not. This town meeting last year voted for an engineering study which resulted in this solution. So if we're talking about respecting the will of past town meetings, I think we would want to favor the solution the engineers came up with.
Right. Stacy.
I'll make it quick. Stacy Brandon, 16 Deerfield. I just want to say, I haven't been involved in this or anything. This is my first time seeing this proposal. But I have had my children grow up and wait for the bus at the end of Deerfield on Woodland. I've walked my both past 2 dogs, unfortunately, and use this road a lot. The one thing I think this looks like a great, it is a big problem. And the other thing is that I would love to see a stop sign on Goulding coming in the direction of Woodland, because people really zoom up that hill and make that turn usually very wide, and in a car even, it's sometimes a bad intersection. So I would love to see a 3rd stop sign. Not that I want to spend more money, but
Signs are cheap.
I would put my vote in for this.
Stop sign costs $500.
Right, George?
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Well, wait, just one second. We're done with the floor here? Okay, up here.
Just want to, number one, address Mary's, when you said about the data from the other intersections. I think the big difference here is this is a residential neighborhood versus those big intersections being on 27 and 16. And I think to address a residential neighborhood where not only Ryan's kids and the neighborhood, my kids sit on the bus at this intersection every day. I drive through this intersection every day. It's very dangerous. I've had numerous close calls over the last 2 years, so I'm in full support of this.
Any other comment up here?
I'd like to add to that as well. I lived on Woodland Street for several years. I was in an accident over there before the fatality. I did hit one of the poles because of traffic. I've had several near misses. I've complained to the police about the Odessa trucks going through there in speed, and that road, that curve is such a bad blind spot. My daughter almost got in 2 accidents through there, so it's a constant problem. I don't think, speed is an issue, that traffic going through there is an issue. If it stops the Odessa trucks from coming, that would be great, but I just think that I don't want to be responsible for one of these kids being hit, and I think that is something that could happen. It probably will happen if it doesn't get taken care of. It's just a really bad intersection.
Real quick, Mary. I don't know whether this is the most dangerous intersection or town or where it falls in the pecking order, if it's 7th or 8th or 12th. And no disrespect to anybody's observations or study of this, including my own, and I travel that several times a day. We've got a committee in town called the Traffic Safety Committee, whose job it is to study safety in the town and to make recommendations on how to correct safety problems involving traffic. They've come to us with this issue. It's the one they chose to study based on why they chose to study it, and people most likely petitioning them. And if they're telling us this needs to be fixed and this is the best way to do it, I think we ought to listen to them. I don't know better than them, but this is what they're coming forward with, and I'm comfortable enough that it needs to be done.
Any other comment up here? Any further comment from the floor? Okay, so I will take a motion for favorable action on Article 11 for the Goulding-Woodland intersection in the amount of $95,000 raised however it might be raised.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All
Discussion?
discussion?
Can we actually have a motion like that?
You have
defer.
to specify how. So one of the things that David and I were writing down is Chapter 90. So you'd be paying it from Chapter 90 funds.
Okay.
And also authorize the treasurer to borrow up to $95,000 to be paid by the general revenues of the town. And what that does is, because you have to have a number in order to borrow,
Yeah.
we're not saying we're going to fully borrow the $95,000. It's going to be the net of the two. But we don't know that number right now.
Okay.
All right.
And
Sorry, I have a quick question for the CM&D chief. If this was paid for out of Chapter 90, does that impact any other plans you might have had for that money?
and what were those plans?
It affects the Chapter 90, as you well know, as I also had an article for extra funding for road paving. The current numbers that we receive in Chapter 90 are approximately $260,000 a year. We have been getting a few supplementals. As Paul mentioned, we have one for $100,000 we just received in February. Our Chapter 90 fund right now, with that $100,000, is $275,000. This year I have slated to do Maple Street, which is going to be approximately $325,000, and plus other chip seals in the neighborhoods of Page Farm, Old Orchard. So if we do receive another $250 this year, we do have roads that need to be utilized for. The Chapter 90 funds are meant to be as a supplement to our budget. CM&D currently does not have a budget for paving to be supplemented by Chapter 90. So,
Oh, okay. So you pay all your paving?
my recommendation would be to not take it out of Chapter 90, leave it for our current repaving that we have in our 70 miles of roadway. And in the future, I also recommend adding more funds to either my budget or through articles for road paving, because I do feel that we are behind in our road paving.
Okay. Thanks, Sid. Yes.
Chapter 90 is something I'm quite familiar with because I work on it almost every day for the last 5-6 years. The first thing I would say is that this fiscal year, the Chapter 90 funds were set. All the communities knew what the numbers were that they were going to deal with. When Charles Baker became governor, the first thing he did was release $100 million that was not there for any community. So suddenly we had an additional $134,000 that was not in any plan and any computation by anybody. It was found money. And 2 days ago, the governor released another $30 million, which is another $38,000. And we're continuing to work with the governor to get more money from Chapter 90. We did a survey of all the cities and towns and discovered that we really need $562 million a year, and the general court's appropriated $300 million a year, and Charles Baker is going to release $200 million for next year, but we believe he's going to release more later in the year. So there actually is a more money now in Chapter 90 than we had in prior years, more money expected to come, and while nothing is guaranteed in life, there is a reasonable expectation, particularly with the surprise $138,000 that couldn't have been in any budget because it was released in January, that it is better to have the surety of getting this project done. Of all the things to spend money on in the town, this is a pretty high priority.
So by phrasing the motion such that we authorize both borrowing or Chapter 90.
That gives us the flexibility
That's what you're saying.
to switch back and forth.
Okay.
If we have the money and we haven't seen the plans, the CM&D director hasn't come to us with his plans for the upcoming
All right,
year yet. And so it would be nice when we actually see those and what he wants to spend it on to be. So I'm sorry.
I think we're in violent agreement here, Paul. I think we're in violent agreement that the motion should be made to fund it in either of the two manners, and I think
That's what I wanted to get at, was if there was an option to have, for example, a grant or a gift to pay for a portion of this, is your motion broad enough to allow expenditure of that?
Yes.
it will be.
Okay.
Okay. And Irene, okay, so I'm going to take a motion for favorable action on Article 11 for $95,000 to be funded either through borrowing or to also authorize the selectmen to use Chapter 90 funds and any other grant or gifts that they may receive.
Or a combination thereof.
Or a combination thereof.
Perfect.
Okay. Do I have that? Do I have a motion for that? All right. Second.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Okay. All opposed? All right. 8-1. Moving on to Article 13. 12, sorry. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money, and if so, what sum, to be used pursuant to Chapter 114, Section 15 of the general laws for the improvement or embellishment of the cemeteries throughout the town, the care, preservation, or embellishment of any lot or its appurtenances therein, or take any other action relative thereto. And this would be appropriating $59,110 from general revenues. This is the article that comes up every year. Are there any comments from the public? Okay, any comments up here? Okay, all right, then I'll take a motion for favorable action on Article 12. Second?
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. Article 13. To see what action the town will take to amend, appropriate, or reappropriate, transfer, modify, repeal, or rescind unused borrowing authority authorized by previous town meetings or to take any other action relative thereto. And this article would rescind the borrowing authority of Article 3 from 1997 for $200,000 for septic systems, and it would rescind the borrowing authority for Article 14 from 2008 ATM for affordable housing in the amount of $350,000. Any comment from the floor? Okay, any comment up, then I'll bring the article up here. Any comment from anyone here? Okay, then I will take a motion for favorable action on Article 13. Second? All in favor? That was unanimous, I assume? Okay. Okay, so Article 13 concludes the major budgeting portion of the warrant, while a number of the articles that follow do have financial implications for the town. For the most part, they do not address the town's operating budget directly, except for Article 23, which we will come to later on. Okay. So